House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? Under Chapter 2 of the Jamaican Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside of Jamaica of Jamaican parents have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the lower house. In this session's agenda, the sectoral debate continues with presentations from Member of Parliament and Minister of Justice Delroy. Member of Parliament and Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Robert Nesta Morgan, is also down to address the House. Member of Parliament for St. Andrew, Southwestern, Dr. Angela Brown Burke, will also give her contribution to the debate. If time allows, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Favour Williams, is to move to introduce and have a bill read a first time. The bill is entitled the Financial Investigations Division Amendment Act 2024. The Leader of Government Business, Edmund Bartlett, is to move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Representation of the People Amendment Act 2024. The Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, Mrs. Marlene Malahoo Fort, is to move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Constitution Amendment Republic Act 2024. That's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? Under Chapter 2 of the Jamaican Constitution, persons born in Jamaica and persons born outside of Jamaica of Jamaican parents have an automatic right to Jamaican citizenship. It's true, and it says so in the Jamaican Nationality Act. Why become a Jamaican citizen, you may ask? You're able to work without a permit, vote in general and local government elections, receive social benefits, and get access to government programs, duty-free allowance from customs, and at the airport. Every country has their own laws on whether or not a person can hold citizenship in 2 or more countries. Jamaica accepts dual nationals. Persons interested in becoming citizens of Jamaica should first check to see if their country allows for dual nationality. Now, there are several categories of citizenship. These include citizenship in case of doubt, citizenship by descent, citizenship by marriage, registration of Commonwealth nationals, and naturalization. Now over to the proceedings.
Up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy cash, a tilapia, so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make it right. Fresh, so me need it. Tilapia, a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein, and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Washing your hands properly can help keep you and others safe. Remember to wash often, especially before eating or touching your face.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh, so me need it. Tilapia, a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh, so me need it. Tilapia, a real fish. Grow smart, at the best part. Food for thought, so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia, so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh, so me need it. Tilapia, a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein, and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
What a flow, what a flow. What a flow, what a flow.
Come on.
What a flow, what a flow. What a flow, what a flow. The water put it just like a freestyle. The lifeblood flowing mile by mile. It's legacy, a beat that don't stop like Bob Marley said. One love on top. The sewage water out of sight, but it's always wrong, don't lose the light. From factories and wells to dig, cross mangroves and fish they weep. Grey water for the garden, keep it green. Save the cash and the earth gets clean. We use the water with a mindful mind. It's out of sight, never far behind. In nature, the answers always flow. Like water running pure, the cycle grows. It renews itself, same drop, same beat. It's all good, man, you got the heat. Water flow. No clean water, no pipes to grow. Protect our water, protect our future.
Time to go.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock, we're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today. Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency
and more significant returns by exporting. Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Once upon a time in a Caribbean island known for its rich culture and natural beauty, lived a group of people who were buried in piles and piles and more piles of paper. Papers spanning back to the start of time. Then came a bright idea, harnessing technology to work smarter and not harder. The government of Jamaica is improving its operations to serve citizens better. Many services are now available online, and there's more to come. The government of Jamaica, building a better public sector for all.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, to providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders. with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Jamaica Eye can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Tell me something. How much time you ever hear the government announce a project and wonder why they must spend millions on this and not on that? Well, if you think there's nothing you can do about how your money is spent, think again. Jamaica's budget is more than just numbers. It reveals our biggest problems and goals, our plans to fix them, and what to prioritize. We can even call it a promise book of what will be done to improve our lives. Now, let's talk about the 4 stages of the budget cycle so we can understand how it works and get involved. Stage 1, planning and review. The Ministry of Finance sends out a budget call to every ministry, which outlines the priorities and constraints to guide how those ministries prepare their budget. After ministries submit their drafts, the Finance Ministry reviews, compiles, and sends them to Cabinet for review and approval. Stage 2, Parliamentary debate and approval. The Finance Minister tables all budget documents in the House of Representatives. The Standing Finance Committee, which is all 63 MPs, sits to examine the budget documents, and each minister presents their budget and answers concerns the committee has. The committee's report is then tabled in the House, followed by the estimated expenditure, which is tabled as legislation called the Appropriations Bill. That's right, the budget of Jamaica is law. The budget debate formally opens. We have presentations from the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, Opposition Leader, and the Shadow Finance Minister. After their presentations, our MPs vote for or against approval. Like all legislation, it goes to the Senate for their approval and then to the Governor-General for his royal assent. No later than March 31st, end of the financial year. Stage 3, implementation. The new financial year begins and approved budgets are sent to ministries. Collecting taxes, borrowing loans, and receiving grants begin. And so does the spending. Stage 4, budget oversight. Now, this is where citizens don't need permission to get involved. Throughout the year, operations and spending are assessed by internal auditors and the Auditor General's department that makes sure public entities are compliant with laws and that their financial reports are accurate. All Auditor General reports are submitted to our Parliament's Public Accounts Committee for review and cross-examination of public officials. The Ministry of Finance, Integrity Commission, and MOCA also monitor government spending to guard against poor financial management and corruption. It is our job to review these reports, check the findings in the newspaper, and look up if breaches are fixed at jampja.org. If not, ask your MP what he or she has done to ensure public officials are held to account. No more 9-day wonders. So, did the government follow through on their spending and investment promises last year? What promises will next year's budget have? How will they affect you, and how can you ensure that you get what is promised? For access to the national budget, check out JAMP's easy digital version and contact info for your MP at jampja.org. Then link your MP and see what progress is being made throughout the entire budget cycle. Support JAMP. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Join the conversation focusing on Jamaica's development. Tune in to the post-cabinet press briefings, Wednesdays live at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast at 9 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused. I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
We are the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function.
You remember the youth, them are with future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow.
United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption.
Message from the Integrity Commission.
Attitude is something which productivity will require, and a good attitude. So these are conversations which are difficult. Because how do you instill a good attitude? It starts by the kinds of activities that you engage your children in at an early age. What are we teaching our children even in our own homes? How do they see us reacting to challenges? How do they hear us addressing issues? That's what's going to shape their attitude and their mindset.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
The following is brought to you by MOCA, the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency with kind support of NIA and USAID.
Criminal minds think they are cunning. The major organized crime and anti-corruption agent.
Kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. Members, let me first apologize for the late start of today's sitting. We had some electrical difficulties at the houses. This honorable house now resumes its sitting. It is always a great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to the sitting of the House of Representatives, and particularly for today, this Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. Today, we continue the sectoral budget debate for the financial year 2025-2026, in addition to the usual business of the House. I would like to extend special welcome to our Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Justice, Grace and Stewart McFarlane, and Permanent Secretary Arlene Williams from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Also seated at the front to my right is Mr. Downer from the National Works Agency. I see so many from the Ministries of Justice and from Economic Growth and Job Creation, along with several other guests joining us. I believe I'll soon get the name of the school that is in beautiful burgundy looking. Is that red or burgundy? Lennon High School. You look very young to be at high school. Welcome to the Houses of Parliament. I hope you enjoyed today's sitting. Are you coming all the way from Clarendon? Yes. Welcome. I hope you have a wonderful sitting today. I would like to also welcome those joining us via the various social media platforms, PBCJ live stream, as well as two friends of mine I saw coming extremely early, Mrs. Chuck and Mr. Chuck's daughter, Caroline, are seated immediately in front of their very special husband and father so that they can look into his eyes in today's presentation. Welcome. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Ms. Grange, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Matthew Samuda, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalmore Filbert, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today the main activity is the continuation of the sectoral presentations, and so I ask that the agenda be suspended to enable us to proceed to public business, after which I will ask for recommittal to allow me to take reports from committees. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question is that we move directly to public business and all other items on our agenda be recommitted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Public business.
Madam Speaker, we have 3 contributions today. The first is from the Minister of Justice. The second, Madam Speaker, today it is our intention to continue the sectoral debate with contributions from the Minister of Justice and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Northeastern. The next presentation would be from the Minister with our portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation and Member of Parliament for Clarendon North Central. And additionally, we'll also have a presentation from the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Southwestern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Please let's make welcome to his feet the Minister of Justice and the Member of Parliament for St. Andrew North Eastern.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I open my presentation this afternoon with the following. Quote, "True peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice." These are the words of Baptist minister and social activist, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Today I'm proud to stand in this Parliament on what is my 10th consecutive year of sectoral presentation as Justice Minister. And just as important, my unbroken 28 years at the wicket as a Member of Parliament. This is a testimony of the faith that my beloved constituents of Northeast St. Andrew have in me. They have remained steadfast with me as I work tirelessly towards making the great constituency a beacon of peace, safety, and prosperity. I thank the Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, my colleague cabinet ministers, fellow members of Parliament, and express my heartfelt appreciation for their support in the ongoing efforts of a collective approach in advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica, which is our 2025 theme. As we reflect on the past year, I extend my sincere gratitude to all those who have contributed to the vital work carried out by the Ministry of Justice and its departments and agencies. In a year marked by both progress and challenges, the dedication, professionalism, and resilience of our team, and by extension our justice stakeholders, have ensured continued delivery of justice services across the country. Madam Speaker, over the past decade, this administration assumed the reins of governance. Tireless work has been undertaken towards making Jamaica's justice system one of the best, provided and delivering timely, quality justice services. I can proudly say, Madam Speaker, without fear of contradiction, that over the near decade of this Andrew Michael Holness-led administration, Jamaica's justice system has undergone significant and meaningful improvements towards the vision of a first-class justice system. Today's presentation will provide a true picture of how this administration invested billions of dollars to make our courts and the justice system one in which the nation can be extremely proud. Madam Speaker, the work of Team MOJ under the guiding hands of Permanent Secretary Grace Ann McFarlane, who is here with us in the chambers, and her executive management team, and the Ministry of Justice staff has ensured citizens better access to justice and opened windows of opportunities for citizens to resolve and settle their disputes, disagreements, and conflicts. At this moment, I would like to invite all present to warmly congratulate Team MOJ for copying 3 Service Excellence Awards in fiscal year 24-25. The Ministry won awards for the most outstanding service excellence implementing entity, for Website of the Year, and for Best Front Office Decor. Let us applaud their efforts. Madam Speaker, our dedicated approach to building a first-class justice system includes many stakeholders who have been ably charting the course. Chief Justice, the Honourable Brian Sykes, and the Court Administration Division staff, headed by Ms. Tricia Cameron Anglin, who I see here in the gallery. President of the Court of Appeal, the Honorable Justice Mrs. Marva MacDonald Bishop, judges of appeal and their support staff, the Supreme Court and Parish Court judges and their teams, Attorney General Dr. Derek McCoy, Solicitor General Mrs. Marlene Aldred and her team, Director of Public Prosecution Ms. Paula Llewellyn and her team, Executive Director of the Legal Aid Council Mrs. Diane Watson and her team, Administrator General for Jamaica and Chief Executive Officer Mrs. Stacey Ann Carty and her team, our esteemed stakeholders, to include civil society and other sectors. A very important component of the overall goal towards improving our justice system is the support from our valued international development partners, including Global Affairs Canada, the United Nations Development Programme, who I think is represented here, United Nations Children's Fund, the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the Government of Rwanda and the Rwanda Cooperation Initiative, International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Section in the United States Embassy, the European Union Delegation to Jamaica. I also express my sincere gratitude to our other partners and stakeholders, including the Custodes Rotolorum, Justices of the Peace, and citizens who provide daily feedback and suggestions on how we can work collectively in our diligent efforts of advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. Madam Speaker, on my political work, it is no secret that my two councillors, Joy Cottrell and Winston Ennis, have toiled with me night and day to make North East St. Andrew a model constituency. With God's help, I remain steadfast in my efforts to earn the moniker of 7-star General. And I owe a debt of gratitude to Joy and Winston and my constituency liaison officer, Wayne Lawrence, and the extended political team, many of whom are here in the gallery, who help year in, year out to respond to the needs, concerns, and complaints of constituents. Madam Speaker, since 2016, I have traveled the length and breadth of Jamaica, urging the nation to participate in our various programs, namely restorative justice, child diversion, and victim services, all of which fall under our social justice division. I see Ms. Jamie Shivans here. She has been head of this division. There have been several success stories emanating from these programs. And this is a call to my fellow MPs to spread the word to their constituents regarding how they can access these services, which are tailor-made for members of the public. The immediate support staff given by staff on the road, my CPO, Inspector Howard Hamilton, and my trusted driver, O'Neill Ennis, makes my journey across the country quite pleasant and attractive, and their service is immeasurable. Madam Speaker, where would all this work be without the support of my rock, Patricia, who is here and my family. My wife and I are celebrating 47 years, now in the 48 years. We enjoy and have 4 lovely daughters who make me proud, and 6 grandchildren. I don't know if any others are on the way, but we are enjoying the 6 grandchildren. But my family, who put up with the many long hours and my absence from important family moments. The sacrifice they make is unquestionable. Madam Speaker, I'm confident that our ongoing dedication and collective efforts are the foundation upon which we continue to strengthen justice, promote accountability, and uphold the rule of law. As we move forward, let us remain loyal to our commitment to building a more just and equitable society for all. Madam Speaker, since 2016, we have made unprecedented strides in advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica.
Today, we will share this growth in numbers, most of which are in the appendices. The truth, Madam Speaker, is that 2/3 of my presentation is in 19 appendices. Because if I really enumerate all the numbers, spending, we'll be here till midnight. So we have put a fair amount of the presentation in the appendices, and every now and then I will refer in my verbal presentation to what is in the appendix. More importantly, we will share the ways in which we have advanced the quality of justice and advanced access to justice in every nook and cranny of Jamaica. As we continue to improve, let me say unequivocally that today, in the year 2025, the justice system is now in the best shape ever. No other administration in our history has done more for the justice system and this country than this administration. For the last 9 years and more, this administration has surpassed the achievements of any other since independence and before. Any objective assessment of the justice system in Jamaica will easily reveal that there have been major advancements in how we have modernized the justice system, advanced the rule of law, and delivered justice services to Jamaicans. Yes, we still have a considerable way to go, but we must never ignore the many achievements to date. We commit to achieving a safer Jamaica. We have been aggressively promoting our alternative justice services with our island-wide outreach programs. We have made justice an impactful part of governance in this country. Indeed, we have now made access to justice quite commonplace. Any Jamaican can now get relevant information through our toll-free lines at 888 Justice or 888-587-8423. They can access a live customer service agent from any smartphone, tablet, or computer by interacting directly with our online chatbot on our website. Jamaicans from all walks of life can now go to any of our justice centers in all 14 parishes. They can also attend our justice fairs or tune in virtually to our justice-related events, which have all been broadcast and shared on social media for greater outreach. I turn to the court operations, Madam Speaker. I wish to congratulate the Chief Justice of Jamaica and the judges who continue to deliver justice in a timely and forthright manner, thereby advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. From 2016 to today, we are witnessing remarkable progress in several indicators related to the administration of justice here in Jamaica. Let us look at the results relating to the backlog in the parish courts, the payment of justice debts, the processing of attorneys' claims, the support to the General Legal Counsel, the growth in the number of judges, and the expanded cadre of prosecutors at the Office of the Director of Prosecutions. The records, Madam Speaker, show that the backlog in our parish courts has literally disappeared. Today, we have less than 2% backlog. International standards state that once you're below the threshold of 5%, you're considered backlog-free. Madam Speaker, this is a historic achievement. As we continue to advance justice, we can now say that more than 70% of the parish court cases are now completed within 12 months. Today, the justice system is undeniably more efficient and responsive. That is the critical part of the journey towards a more just and safer Jamaica. Madam Speaker, on the matter of judgment debts, we are proud to declare that we have paid almost $7 billion, which is a far cry from the dismal situation we inherited in 2016. Madam Speaker, In 2016, lawyers, litigants were calling me, begging me to make sure that their debt, the judgment debt that they have spent years to pursue, that we could pay these judgments debt on time.
Including cousins.
Billions of dollars were owed, Madam Speaker. But we, since 2016, have ensured that nobody can say we owe them any judgment debt. Any that is owed is in the system coming through. In fact, Madam Speaker, by resolving these long-standing and perennial financial obligations, we have restored confidence in Jamaica's legal system to pay its debt to successful litigants. Madam Speaker, legal aid attorneys are no longer forced to wait months for their payments. In fact, we are now in position where our team members at the Ministry of Justice literally ask attorneys to submit their claims on time to facilitate payments due to them within the fiscal year. Indeed, Madam Speaker, if members look at Appendix 11, you will see that so much has been paid out. What is more, Madam Speaker, for the last 3 years and more, every January, February, we literally call attorneys to send in their claims because we have money available to pay them. As we seek to strengthen our legal institutions, our commitment to this year's theme of advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica is all-encompassing. As I indicated, Madam Speaker, we have the funds to assist the attorneys and to ensure that the rule of law is upheld. So, Madam Speaker, during the last 3 years, we have been supporting the General Legal Counsel to the tune of $43.5 million for the period 2023 to 2025. This goes towards the execution of the Council's activities under the Proceeds of Crime Act, or POCA regime, as we ensure the high standards of integrity and accountability within the legal profession. This, Madam Speaker, was provided to the General Legal Counsel so they can properly investigate, audit, and check attorneys. And we at the Ministry of Justice, supported by the Ministry of Finance, agreed to assist them to make sure that all attorneys in practice are properly audited and supervised. Madam Speaker, this increase in the number of judges here in Jamaica is an example of our efforts at advancing justice. The numbers speak for themselves. We have increased the number of judges on all fronts and expanded their capacity to meet growing demands. In the Court of Appeal, judges have increased from 6 to 13. In the Supreme Court, the number of judges have increased from 32 to 42. And in the Parish Court, we have moved from 50 to 78. And Masters and Chambers has increased from 3 to its full complement of 8. This growth also extends to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, where the number of prosecutors has significantly increased, and I will deal with that later. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, the Court Excellence Program is well underway, and with the last fiscal year's focus on the International Organization for Standards, ISO, certification for quality management, gap analysis, ISO preparation is underway for the Court of Appeal, the Gun Court, and the Court Administration Division. Madam Speaker, the judiciary's technology integration and modernization activities, including the funding of infrastructure upgrading to the tune of $187 million. They have commenced the implementation of an integrated human resource system that will facilitate improved data management. Madam Speaker, since 2016, we have spent over $4 billion on the establishment and renovation of our courts. Our vision at the Ministry of Justice is to progress continuously towards the Caribbean's preeminent first-class justice system. Our vision is for our courts, many of which are over 100 years, to be fully upgraded or replaced. I turn next, Madam Speaker, to the Administrator General's Department. The Administrator General's Department has been supporting beneficiaries of trusts and estates in Jamaica since 1873. It plays a critical role in advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica by safeguarding the interests of beneficiaries and creditors in the administration of these trusts and estates. This also extends to estates where persons die intestate and leave behind children under the age of 18. The department's activities go a far way in helping us reduce the deadlift disputes and arguments which are so commonplace in today's Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we need to avoid the potential family disputes and even violence, which we oftentimes witness when Jamaicans fail to prepare a will. For the past 10 years, the department has witnessed continued expansion in the management of estate and property portfolios, implementation of the trust and estate management system, issuing of instruments of administrations by the Administrator General, and the cupping of numerous customer service awards. On March 31, 2023, the department was awarded the ISO 9001-2015 certification from the National Certification Body of Jamaica. Since 24-25, the department has been given greater focus to the disposal of properties through sale or transfer to the beneficiaries. This is aimed at reducing the risk associated with managing these properties as we aim to place generational wealth in the hands of beneficiaries and advance justice. Madam Speaker, I turn to the Social Justice Division. Our Social Justice Division celebrates 2 years of existence as we applaud its intervention, which are advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. The division was formed to provide greater oversight and coordination of our 3 impactful alternative justice services, namely restorative justice, child diversion, and victim services. Since 2016, Madam Speaker, the Minister has invested more than $3.7 billion in the rollout of these free justice services to all Jamaicans. Last year, the division spent more than $975 million to execute its events and programs which are geared at reducing conflicts at home, at the workplace, in our schools, and in our communities, and of course, in our personal relationships. During the 24-25 period of review, the division pioneered its Justice for All of It tour in different parishes. School visits, community town halls, and church visits were used as strategic outreach avenues to promote the transformational benefits of these alternative justice services. The division is also spearheading a close public-private partnership with the community-driven Project STAR initiative. The ministry formalized the strategic alliance with the signing of a memorandum of understanding in January 2025. Project STAR is a social and economic transformation initiative created by the private sector organization of Jamaica in partnership with the Jamaica Constabulary Force. The division is now providing critical justice services to under-resourced communities where Project STAR operates. For instance, this partnership has already witnessed the delivery of restorative justice sensitization sessions to communities such as Parade Gardens, Maypen West, Rose Gardens, Savlamar, and Salt Spring. The division is also offering certified restorative justice facilitator training to Project STAR's community leaders. Madam Speaker, we also need to highlight the renewal of the MOU with the Ministry of Education, Youth, Skills and Innovation, which was expanded to not only provide trainings and sensitization in restorative justice, but also victim services and child diversion. Additionally, this MOU now includes a streamlined pathway for schools to provide support to students through these alternative justice services. The Project STAR initiative, the social justice stores, the international alliances, the interministerial and multi-stakeholder partnerships being pursued by the Social Justice Division all represent the Ministry's continued commitment in advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. Madam Speaker, restorative justice, commonly referred to as RJ, is our poster child and one of our flagship services. RJ is intent on helping to resolve conflicts in Jamaica. It brings together all parties to talk it out and not fight it out. The popular and impactful RJ circles and conferences are indeed unifying tools for advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. Our annual Restorative Justice Week, which took place in the first week of February this year, was used as a public awareness campaign for advancing justice. It showcased the proven possibilities of restorative justice to resolve conflicts in Jamaica. We continue to sign MOUs with churches and faith-based organizations, with schools and non-governmental organizations, since they are important pillars in the partnership towards achieving a safer Jamaica. During the 24-25 fiscal period, over 29,000 Jamaicans were sensitized about RJ. Additionally, 1,900 case conferences were completed, resulting in the signing of more than 1,500 agreements settled. I repeat that, Madam Speaker. We had 1,900 case conferences, and we had 1,500 settled agreements to resolve conflicts and disputes. Madam Speaker, I wish to share a simple and illustrative story about restorative justice and the power to heal. Just listen to this bit of information. Two best friends had a fight, and the matter went to the court, parish court. It was referred to restorative justice, and an intervention was done. At the end of the RJ conference, the two men, who didn't speak to each other for months, indicated that they will be driving together back to their community and popping style. And all who were feeling the divide and the shame. To date, their best friend title has been reinstated as a result of RJ and its timely intervention. Madam Speaker, we refer to Appendix 3, where numbers are detailed, but Madam Speaker, we could write a couple books, putting all the testimonials and results from RJ, and in due course it may well be done. Child diversion, Madam Speaker, is another of our flagship services. I cannot overemphasize the importance of our youth population in this conflict resolution journey of advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. The National Child Diversion Program started in March 2020 and is considered the baby of the alternative justice services. It was established under the 2018 Child Diversion Act and redirects children ages 12 to 17 years from the criminal justice system using structured rehabilitative interventions. Once children are enrolled in the program, they receive a range of support services. These include mentorship, individual and family counseling, educational and skills training, drug treatment, and counseling and sexual and reproductive health education. One excellent feature, Madam Speaker, of the program is that once our children successfully complete their individualized diversion program, all applicable criminal charges against them are dismissed. In other words, they do not get a criminal record. The Ministry is accelerating its efforts to reach our youth population and protect them from a life of crime and violence, allowing them to enjoy a safer Jamaica. Since the operationalization of the program, nearly 27,000 Jamaicans have been sensitized about child diversion. Furthermore, in excess of 2,800 children have been transferred from the formal justice system and have received tailored treatment plans. Madam Speaker, another testimonial to show what has been accomplished. This is from a client, that child diversion client. When I was 16, I got into a fight that ended badly. I was charged with assault occasioning bodily harm. At the time, I didn't understand how serious that was. I just thought it was a regular fight. But when I got referred to the child diversion program and met Miss Smith, everything changed. She helped me understand the impact of violence, not just on others, but on my own future. Through counseling and mentorship, I learned how to manage my anger and make better choices. I completed the program, stayed focused, and eventually applied to the Jamaica Defense Force. Today, I wear my uniform with pride because I got a second chance and I use it well. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Look at Appendix 4 and you will see some other activities of the Child Diversion Program. Victim Services, commonly referred to as VSB, is considered the elder in the Social Justice Division and has remarkably impacted more than 250,000 Jamaicans to date. As we ramp up the national focus on the victims of crime and their associated victim rights, the psycho-emotional support services given to victims by the branch have gone a long way in advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. Madam Speaker, confidential counseling, emotional support, crisis intervention, and trauma assessments for individuals and groups form the core functions of victim services. I am pleased to announce that the work has started on victim support policy, and Cabinet has recently approved the policy concept paper. Today, Madam Speaker, I urge more Jamaicans and victims affected by crime to access these free and impactful services, which are important resources towards achieving a safer Jamaica. Mediation. Madam Speaker, encouraging all Jamaicans to use mediation as a dispute resolution tool is another of our efforts for advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. We implore Jamaicans to use mediation in their families, among their friends and co-workers, and even with strangers where conflicts may arise. As a reminder, mediation is a conflict resolution tool whereby disputing parties will discuss their grievances in the presence of a certified mediator who acts as a neutral third party. The end game, Madam Speaker, is to arrive at a jointly agreed solution. We support mediation and its administration by the Dispute Resolution Foundation of Jamaica because, simply put, mediation works. Statistics now confirm that the average rate of successful mediation resolution is more than 75%, with the program maintaining this average over the past 12 months. Since 2021, Madam Speaker, we have implemented improvements such as facilitating the payment of mediator fees in cases where affordability is an issue. The impact of this intervention has resulted in close to tenfold growth in mediation referrals from the parish courts, from a starting point of 145 matters in the last quarter of 21-22 financial year to approximately 1,180 referrals in 24-25. As we expand our citizens' access to justice and advance our commitment to a safer Jamaica, we welcome the increasing number of persons engaging in mediation. And we want to see even more persons embrace this proven conflict resolution tool. The Ministry remains resolute in its commitment to mediation. Over the last 3 years, we received claims from mediation sessions of just under $50 million, with approximately $33 million expended during the past financial year. Let me point out, Madam Speaker, that the mediation program has a direct impact on our improved case clearance rates in the courts. For instance, over the last 12 months, more than 1,570 matters did not have to be adjudicated by a parish court judge. Since parties chose to resolve their conflicts using mediation as a dispute resolution mechanism. Madam Speaker, allow me to share a Mahatma Gandhi quote which states, quote, "Peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it," unquote. As we advance beyond the scourge of violence plaguing Jamaica, let us all commit to using mediation as our coping mechanism and our collective safety net. Madam Speaker, sometimes when I go into the community, they say I'm the Minister of JPs. Because we try to ensure that the JPs do work in the communities. So, Madam Speaker, as we all know, the Custos Rotatorum in each parish has statutory oversight and management of those activities which involve our justices of the peace. We would like to congratulate all the custodians for their timely compliance in the submission of their annual reports for the calendar year 2024. These measures, Madam Speaker, involving the justice of the peace, range from an island-wide focus to increase the number of serving JPs, the redeployment of new official seals for greater outreach, the setting up of new government emails, the new electronic filing of annual reports, the issuing of spirit licenses, targeted capacity. Since 2016, we have witnessed a dramatic increase of almost 100% in the number of active JPs who were commissioned, moving from under 6,000 active JPs to more than 11,000 in March 2025. At the end of 24-25 fiscal year, we witnessed an increase of 470 new JPs being commissioned across 8 parishes. Madam Speaker, we here at the Ministry believe that the JPs should represent a continued source of credible information and public education leading to greater access to justice. This is the rationale for our continued capacity development sessions for JPs, covering topics such as estate planning, land matters, and the office and role of the public defender, among others. For instance, in the last fiscal year 24-25, we hosted 12 targeted sensitization sessions for almost 4,000 justices of the peace. We continue to strengthen the JP parish associations and support their mandate to promote our social justice programs and our alternative justice services to targeted communities. These associations are getting more organized and serving their parishes better. In the new fiscal year, we will continue our focus on increasing the numbers serving in those rural communities where we have identified gaps and need for JPs. I will also continue to encourage our JPs to be guardians of the citizens' rights and freedoms as they help us to advance justice and maintain peace in their communities. Activities of the JPs are in Appendix 7. Madam Speaker, we continue this growth path of advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. We can confirm an increase of 100% in our notaries publics. In the past, Madam Speaker, people are asking, how do I find a notary public? Yeah. And for the past 9 years, we have decided that we need to appoint more notary public. So in 2016, we had 59 serving in Jamaica, and as of March 2025, we are now at 118. Details on the notary publics, Madam Speaker, are in Appendix 8. Expungement. This, Madam Speaker, is where we give people a second chance. And I say, Madam Speaker, as we move towards a safer Jamaica, we need to give people a second chance. Many of them are out there, can't get work, can't travel, and we need to look at that. Successful expungement applicants benefit from having a conviction removed from their criminal records. Since 2016, more than 7,000 expungement applications have been approved, out of a total of almost 11,000 for this justice service, which is always in high demand. In fiscal year 24-25, almost 1,800 applications were approved out of approximately 2,500 applicants. Not everybody who applies, Madam Speaker, gets to it. The expungement committee examine the records, sometimes ask for social inquiry report, and many of them are refused. But those who apply and comply and have not committed any offense, the expungement committee, in a fair number of cases, grant them to start a new life. And believe me, Madam Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, we have not had any case of persons expunged, committing further offenses. Madam Speaker, the real problem was that we were not getting the CRO reports on time. We have now decided to appoint pay two persons to work in the CRO, appointed by the CRO office, and we pay them. So persons no longer have to wait too long for their applications to be considered. And so, Madam Speaker, over the past 6 months or so, we have completed over 2,000 backlog applications. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that countless job seekers, isolated family members, critically ill persons in need of overseas treatment, some self-employed persons, some aspiring entrepreneurs, just to name a few examples, would like to have their records expunged in order to maximize their full potential. I can say, Madam Speaker, a bill is before Parliament, and we parliamentarians must have a look at it and see how we can assess it and make certain decisions for the benefit of those persons who have served their time, lived in the community without any problems, and so expect and hope that their conviction can be expunged. Madam Speaker, the Minister's matrimonial marriage licenses is granted by the Minister of Justice, giving marriage officers the authority to marry a couple in Jamaica. This very popular justice service is guided by the Marriage Act and is another justice service providing guidelines for the successful execution of wedding ceremonies. We have daily walk-in applicants visiting the Ministry of Justice. Most of their requests are satisfied within a 24-hour period. Madam Speaker, Jamaica remains in high demand as a destination wedding location, and we continue to receive thousands of requests from hotels which are processed on a timely basis. Details of the marriage licenses and the amount of money earned by the Ministry of Justice for the government is detailed in Appendix 10. The judgment that I indicated, Madam Speaker, we have paid out over $7 billion, and last year alone, we paid out $1.1 billion, or 97% of the amount allocated to us. You notice there's even a little amount remaining. The last 3 years, Madam Speaker, we have paid out all the judgment debts and have reserved. We have had to return it to the consolidated fund. So what I have indicated earlier, Madam Speaker, is that we are able to deal with these matters in a timely manner. The Legal Aid Council has been most loyal to its mission of ensuring effective access to justice for all. Thousands of Jamaicans have already benefited from their island-wide justice fair, gearing towards advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. Since 2016, Madam Speaker, we have dispersed more than $2.4 billion in payments to the Council's empaneled attorneys. Last year, we dispersed a total of more than $470 million as part of our commitment to providing access to justice for our most needy and vulnerable Jamaicans. As the Council expands on its goal to leave no one behind, it has been hosting island-wide justice fairs for persons with disabilities. To date, more than 1,000 persons have attended these events, which also promote inclusive and simplified communication alongside other justice services. The So Just project has been supporting the Council with some aspects of these timely initiatives for the most marginalized among us. This project is being funded by Global Affairs Canada and is being implemented by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. Under the So Just project, the Council also launched a suite of simplified materials for those who may be facing challenges navigating the justice sector. These materials have been made accessible by purposefully integrating the multimedia elements of audio voiceovers and illustrated animations with simple language and easy-to-read graphic materials. The SoJust project also includes internal and external capacity development sessions. For example, 24 persons, including empaneled attorneys from the Council and justice sector workers, have been trained in sign language in collaboration with the Jamaica Association for the Deaf. So we have people now in court, as in Parliament, using sign language, and attorneys are being trained in that. The Mobile Justice Unit continues its outreach programs, which now include monthly visits to communities with persons with disabilities. Last year, the Mobile Unit conducted 13 outreach activities in 21 communities, including those with persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
20 minutes. 20.
Turn your mic on, please, Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member has indicated that he would need 20 minutes to complete his presentation. Madam Speaker.
Question is that the member be allowed 20 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for the time. We are encouraging Jamaicans to grasp the opportunity and access free legal consultations from these units as they roll into your communities. Madam Speaker, for the fiscal year 24-25, the Council provided representation to an impressive total of more than 3,000 court matters. This is the highest number of annual court representation. In fact, quite impressively, Madam Speaker, the Council has provided legal representation in more than 19,000 court matters since 2016. Going forward, in fiscal year 25-26, the Council will be advancing justice with a focus on empaneling more attorneys, delivering training programs for empaneled attorneys who deal with accused persons with mental illness, equipping police stations with an updated list of duty counsel, and visiting outstation courts to rationalize the assignment of attorneys. The details of the Legal Aid Council, Madam Speaker, is in Appendix 11. When we look, Madam Speaker, at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, which is the most important pillar of our justice system, as it helps to build public trust while advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica. This explains, Madam Speaker, why we have championed the investment of close to $1 billion for renovation and rehabilitation costs during the period 2019 to 2023. Since 2017, it has disposed of more than 15,000 cases as part of the ODPP's sustained focus on fairness and impartiality for all Jamaicans. Since 2020, the ODPP has made more than 4,000 case files trial-ready as part of its prosecutorial duties on behalf of the state. Madam Speaker, we know the importance of this department. 15 years ago, the ODPP was functioning with approximately 27 prosecutors. The numbers have been steadily increasing to match the growing demands for representation of the Crown in criminal matters. At present, Madam Speaker, the complement of prosecutors is 58, and permission has been given to increase it to 70, which shows the support the government is given to get criminal trials completed in a timely manner. The clerk of courts, we are going to unify the clerk of courts so that, no, not a problem. We are doing a unification so that about 70 clerk of courts will become assistant crown counsel.
Minister,
I was hoping it would have been completed by now.
Minister,
but that
Minister,
the DPP. Madam Speaker, we have a justice training. We have a justice training institute, and it is doing yeoman work. It has been delivering capacity development sessions to justice sector workers and to justices of the peace in Jamaica. As a training arm of the ministry, the Institute provides strategic training programs which are aimed at advancing justice for a safer Jamaica. Since 2023, Madam Speaker, the Institute has graduated more than 1,900 justices of the peace in preparation for meeting the needs of the justice sector. For the period 24-25, 364 JPs participated in 16 targeted online training sessions. This period also witnessed 85 JPs being trained as lay magistrates, with 320 JPs receiving specialized training. Since 2016, the Institute has trained more than 2,000 JPs. Almost 200 justice sector workers also participated in the online course entitled Identifying and Interacting with Child Trafficking Victims. The Institute has also started a rebranding exercise with a new logo and a new motto, which states Training for Performance Excellence. For the 25-26 fiscal year, plans are underway to reintroduce the popular court reporting program. This is very needed, Madam Speaker, because we have court reporters here in Parliament. We need them in the courts, and we also need them in the private sector. So this is a new undertaking from the JTI, and we have no doubt it will go a far way to ensure that more court reporters are trained. And we want to thank Global Canada and also the United Nations Development Program. They gave us 15 stenography machines and 15 laptops to assist in this training program. Madam Speaker, I turn to infrastructure. So much has been done to improve the court. It's just not possible. It's just not possible to go into full details. A lot of it is in the appendix. You will see it in Appendix 14. The amount of money we have spent to upgrade the court. Never before have you seen the courts in such good condition. Virtually all the courts have been air conditioned. When you, Madam Speaker, when you go to the Court of Appeal now, it is one of the best in the Western Hemisphere. And Madam Speaker, it's not just something done a few years ago. Those of you who live in Balaclava, Mr. Soli will tell you it's the best he has ever seen the Balaclava court. And then recently, last year, Madam Speaker, Beryl knocked down a court in Linstead. And that court, Madam Speaker, in Linstead is one in which a judge fell through once. But now, if you go to the Linstead court, you see a first-class court. And I ask persons in Spanish Town or Linstead to just go by the Linstead court and see what a court should be like. Because this administration under Andrew Holness and this Minister of Justice believe that the people should get the best. And I say, Madam Speaker, if you think we're done, go to the St. Anne Family Court, and you'll see the technology in operation which will come in all the courts. And you think we're done yet? Wait till the St. Thomas Court is put into operation later this year. It will be a model for what courts will look like. So I say, Madam Speaker, one thing I'm proud of is how we have tried to spend the money. And the truth of the matter is, if I could just get the procurement going, more courts will be done. More courts will be done. I mean, every time I go to the Lucy Court, Hanover, I say, my God, we have $200 million. And it's just going through the procurement because the Lucy Court in Hanover, I want to be another first-class court. And about 6 or 8 years ago, I asked the Prime Minister that we want to build some new courts, and he said, yes, you can build new courts. And the process started 6 years ago for a PPP, Private-Public Sector Partnership. And procurement just going for 6 years. But in time, we are going to have it done. Madam Speaker, I don't want to over time, but we are no, Madam Speaker, going to put a fair amount of technology in all the courts. All the courts have the technology, but I'd hope by now it would be paperless. But we hope within the next year or two that all the courts will become paperless. The technology will be operating. We're working with the Rwanda court system to put in a paperless system, but it is taking long. But it will be definitely transformational in the court system. And that is why, Madam Speaker, this government should be awarded a third term by the people of Jamaica. Whether me or anyone else, we can finish, we can continue and finish the work in the courts. And I have no doubt, Madam Speaker.
Don't worry. You don't worry.
I have no doubt, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that the lawyers and the people who use the courts can see progress. When you think, Madam Speaker, our judges in 2015, 2016 were the poorest paid in the Caribbean. 10 years later, our judges at all levels are the best paid in the Caribbean. And that, Madam Speaker, that can only happen because the Ministry of Finance under Audley Shaw, Nigel Clark, and my good friend Fable Williams have performed credibly to make sure the economy can provide the funds for the justice system. I say, Madam Speaker, I can say, Madam Speaker, that everyone who have had to interact in the justice system have faith that the program must continue into the next term. Madam Speaker, the legislation program, we have done a lot, you know. We don't crow about it. But I can tell you, we have had 27 pieces of primary legislation from the Ministry of Justice. Many of them have made life better for persons using the courts and also for Jamaicans in general. So, Madam Speaker, our legislative agenda mirrors our commitment to achieving a safer Jamaica as we sustain the focus on judicial reform, restorative justice, criminal procedure, and institutional governance. For the 25-26 fiscal year, we intend to double down on our efforts on the Mediation Act, a new Notary Public Act, and amendments to the Legal Aid Act. We have included key legislation areas, and the list of those 27 legislation, have a look at Appendix 17. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I am inviting Jamaicans to join us in advancing justice by embracing our free and effective services in restorative justice, child diversion, and victim service as we embark on the journey towards a safer Jamaica. Let us resolve our conflicts peacefully and always strive to uphold the rule of law in this blessed country. Madam Speaker, I have spoken about mediation. And mediation, I must tell you, I was in Hong Kong last week at a mediation conference. And really and truly, across Asia, mediation is now becoming a prominent dispute resolution tool. Hong Kong is now trying to compete with Singapore. We in Jamaica must make mediation a very important part of conflict resolution. And I say that is one of the aims over the next 5 to 10 years, that the justice sector in Jamaica must push mediation. Madam Speaker, I've shared a wide-ranging support system which is aimed at advancing justice towards a safer Jamaica with this honourable House. This includes impactful work being done by our judges, estate managers, custodies, justices of the peace, notaries public, mediators and legal aid attorneys and other justice service workers who are all dedicated to providing Jamaicans with an expanded and fair access to justice. Our investment in capacity development, infrastructural improvements and technology upgrades are all geared towards maintaining a justice sector which delivers in a responsive manner. Our legislative frameworks and our unwavering collaboration with the judiciary provide the necessary foundation to realize the country's second national goal of Vision 2030, Jamaica, which is to make the Jamaican society one that is secure, cohesive and just. Madam Speaker, as I close this presentation, I can say, as Justice Minister for the last 10 years, I am proud of what we have delivered to the Jamaican people. I can say that we have achieved much since 2016, and much more needs to be done and will be done in the next term. Madam Speaker, I can say in 2025, Jamaica's justice sector is on a path to continue to make even greater strides towards a just, peaceful and harmonious nation, which is what we in Jamaica deserve, a harmonious, a kind and gentle society, which we will be forging in the next term. God bless all the
Next, we will invite to his feet the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Member of Parliament for Clarendon North Central. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. All right. Madam Speaker, just over a year ago, I stood in this honourable House as the newly appointed Minister of Works. I knew then what I know now, well, I know more now, that this was not a ministry just about concrete and contracts. It was about connection, credibility, and also about commitment. Madam Speaker, the journey has not been smooth, but we have persevered. And today we can say with confidence that the roads of Jamaica are in a better shape than they were 1 year ago. I want to first extend my gratitude to Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness for entrusting me with this critical portfolio, a portfolio that touches and concerns every single Jamaican, even the unborn. I also thank my colleague and brother and friend, Everard Warmington, whose wisdom and counsel continues to guide me to this day. Some may see our public spats and disagreement, but don't come between me and Wami. When I need advice, honest advice, unvarnished advice, I know who to call. I want to importantly, Madam Speaker, thank my colleagues who surround me with support. I don't always agree with what they say, and I may not always be able to give them what they ask, but I know that their cause, their guidance, and their direction comes from places of sincerity and support. I also want to thank colleagues on the other side who have called, who have guided, who have supported me. I won't call your names because I don't want to get you in trouble. But I have colleagues on the other side who are very supportive of my role as Minister of Works. I want to acknowledge my permanent secretary, Arlene Williams, and her amazing team at the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. I will not call names of the team because there are so many of them who have supported me that I don't want to miss any. I want to also thank my co-workers, I want to call them, from the National Works Agency. I see Mr. Downer here representing the team from the agency. Very helpful team. I'm taking a while with the thank yous because it's very important, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my team from Clarendon North Central who are here with me today. My office team is here. So too, my team from MOCA, I see Councillor MacDonald, who is joined the team, as well as Harry White. Also, my staff is here from Kingston and from Chapelton. I see even my office attendant, I asked her to come to be a part. But importantly, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the students from Lennon who are here. And I know that the students from Clarendon College are outside on their way in. A very important point, Minister Williams, the buses that they drove in to come to Parliament were provided through your support to both Lennon and Clarendon College. Both schools did not have transportation, and the Ministry of Education was kind enough to provide buses. No man is strong enough without a good woman behind him and beside him. I want to thank my partner, who is also in the audience, always supporting me regardless of the challenges. Right here. Madam Speaker, this moment is not just a recap. It is a declaration of a recommitment to the next chapter. Our national infrastructure story is not just being written. It is being paved kilometer by kilometer, pillar by pillar, by a government that understands the weight of responsibility and the power of delivery. Ready, steady, go. The strategic framework. This framework is more than just a slogan. It's a mindset, a structured, phased, and people-first approach to national infrastructure development. Ready means we are planning with purpose. Our projects are climate resilient, data-driven, and future-proof. Steady means we are investing in people, engineers, students, apprentices, Jamaicans gaining skills, not just roads. Go means decisive, visible action. We patch, we pave, we build because Jamaicans deserve no less. Under Ready, our comprehensive drainage study in Montego Bay will safeguard the city for another 50 years. We'll conduct also a drainage study in Spanish Town to enhance business and improve the ease of use of roads for the next several decades. Under Steady, our interns will be engaged with the Spark program, 20 of them from the University of the West Indies and the University of Technology. We are already partnering with HeartTrust NTA to train and certify workers on the Mobe Perimeter Road. If you notice, Prime Minister is standing beside some workers on the Perimeter Road who, when they came on the program, they had no certification. And Hart was able to visit the Perimeter Road and certify them. No matter what happens after the Perimeter Road, they will be qualified to go global to get jobs. Madam Speaker, today I seek to expound on some of the government's strategic initiatives. We are now at the tail end of a $575 million Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, SHIP. This project, which has transformed sections of Clarendon, Manchester, St. Andrews, St. Thomas, and Portland, is another testament to our commitment to infrastructure development. The project is 96% complete with two major components, Part A, Mate Pence to Williamsfield, and also Part B, which includes St. Thomas and Portland. We anticipate significant completion of this phase of SHIP by the end of this month. However, we know, or we would have announced, that the Port Antonio bypass will continue the SHIP for another 18 to 24 months, something that we have announced. Madam Speaker, we are fully aware of some of the weaknesses that exist on the corridor from Yallas to Port Antonio. These weaknesses, especially in St. Thomas, include areas that are prone to flash flooding and those susceptible to landslides. The engineers of the project have considered the varying parameters in the design in areas such as Port Morant, which is highly prone to flooding, and it has received special attention. Through the project, we will mitigate the incidence of flooding in this space, but I issue a word of caution though, Madam Speaker, as depending on the intensity of the rainfall, we may still see some flooding in several areas, owing to things like rainfall intensity such as 1 in 100 or 200 years rainfall. In the western part of the island, the National Road Operating and Construction Company, through the Ministry of Economic Growth, has entered a design and build construct contract with Czech, also known as the contractor, for the execution of the Montego Bay Perimeter Road. This includes the Montego Bay Bypass, Barnett Street dualization, West Green Avenue dualization, Long Hill Bypass, and as I mentioned before, a comprehensive drainage study. One of the interesting things about the work that we're doing in Montego Bay is that we have created an aggregate testing lab. This aggregate testing lab is what we're using to check the quality of the asphalt that we're putting on the road. Now, this is what you call, well, you couldn't call it an asphalt slab. It is, Prime Minister, have another one. You can have that one. So when the asphalt on the perimeter road is of varying thickness, it comes from 2 inches to up to 3 inches. This is about 2 inches. So this is on the perimeter road. Why is it so thick on the perimeter road? It is thick on the perimeter road because the perimeter road is expected to carry large trucks with aggregates transferring from Trelawney, St. Anne, to the western side of the island. Every single kilometer of asphalt on the perimeter road is tested at the aggregates lab in St. James. Not only that, yes, not only that, but every single Spark road is also being tested at the lab. There are various standards for different roads. Rural roads may not have 3 inches of thickness, but there are sections of the, no, that's not correct. There are sections of the South Coast Highway improvement from Harborview to Yallas to Portland that has 3 inches. A variation. Not all of them will have this thickness, but some will. Yes, you can. You can pass this. Don't hit any of your colleagues with it, because I know you're mischievous. Madam Speaker, the completion of the perimeter road will be a significant development and an investment in the citizens of Montego Bay. I recently toured the project, and I'm pleased to report that the Montego Bay River Bridge is almost complete, and the work of the project generally is 60% complete. The comprehensive drainage study will look at will assess the major gullies that drain into the city and prepare detailed designs for implementation and modernization. Madam Speaker, we are building roads and highways not just for the commuting public, but also to provide an enabling environment that fosters capacity building among our youth and communities, thereby leading to sustainable growth. The government of Jamaica, Madam Speaker, is investing some $16 billion in improving urban transportation in the Kingston metropolitan area, including the parish of Portmore. The program is expected to benefit the parish of Portmore. The program will benefit approximately 1.2 million Jamaicans through the CAPEX expenditure program. It will include road, drainage, water, sewage, traffic management, as well as ensuring future broadband connectivity, which are significant deliverables in the program. This ready pillar of our framework ensures that infrastructure projects are being built on strong foundations. Madam Speaker, the Grange Lane upgrade, which is almost complete, and I know Member Terry Long and Miller are very happy with it. Even Fitz drives on it every day. Valued at $925 million, is now 98% complete. I want to speak. I want to speak, Madam Speaker, to the people of the parish of Portmore. I want to say to them, many persons have claimed you, but not all of them have taken care of you. You have seen the work we have done on Grange Lane, and I want to say to you, more is coming. The Brayton and Helsha Main Road dualization project will commence this month in the parish of Portmore. And I know Member Jackson is extremely happy with this significant investment in the parish of Portmore. Madam Speaker, we have other capital expenditure projects that are in the process of implementation. We have East Kings House Road, Lady Musgrave. We have the expanded Arthur Wint Drive. We also have the Sandy Gully Bridge widening. And we also have, once again, Member Jackson, a new entrance to Portmore, the parish of Portmore. Madam Speaker, this government is ready, not just about building for today. We are also about resilience and long-term planning for the next 10 to 50 years. It is in this vein that the Arthur Wint project, originally a smaller scale dualization project, has now been expanded. We have expanded the project scope from Arthur Wint Drive to Tom Redcom, including Camp Road. Thanks to Minister Williams, she will provide the funding for this amazing project. The Camp Road section has been added as it makes strategic sense to do so at this time. The institutional coordination within our already framework has led to this expansion, incorporating sewage and additional waterline infrastructure, and ensures more significant benefits for residents and businesses and developers. The remaining CAPEX projects will commence in the third quarter of this financial year, and we're ensuring careful scheduling to minimize disruption. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has over 800 bridges, many of which are aging and require urgent repairs. To accelerate modernization of the country's bridge infrastructure, the government has launched 2 bridge projects, the Priority Bridge Program and the Accelerated Bridge Program. Under the Priority Bridge Program, the government will be spending $1.5 billion on the Troy Bridge, which is now 60% complete, a $230 million investment. The Spring Village Bridge in St. Catherine, Member Warmington, valued at $250 million. We just announced the Craig Mill Bridge in Portland, and I want to say something about the Craig Mill Bridge. We were not able, that's the one that Minister, you and I went to, the government recognized that we would not have been able to build the Craig Mill Bridge immediately. So what the government has done is that along with a fording that was built before, the government is also building a footbridge valued at about $30 million for the people of Craig Mill. This is a new approach that we're taking to providing access. We may not be able, after a disaster, to provide you with vehicular access, but we can try to provide you with foot access. The same thing we have done at Troy, where there is now a footbridge at Troy, so people from Trelawney can cross with their goods to Manchester, back and forth. The feasibility studies have been completed as well for the Southwood Bridge in Clarendon, Barham in Westmoreland, Guanabo Vale in St. Catherine, and also Mahogany Vale in St. Thomas is currently being procured. I want to also mention the member from Southeast Clarendon that work is supposed to start on the entrance to the Alley Bridge very shortly, a bridge that many persons, including the Member of Parliament, has raised questions about. Madam Speaker, the Mahogany Vale Bridge was tendered before, but there was a major breakaway at Gardentown which rendered repair of the bridge impossible as access was not able to be had. It took 3 years for us to restart the project, but based on the cost escalation, we have had to retender the bridge, and we want to commit to the people of St. Andrew and St. Thomas that the Mahogany Vale Bridge is a very important bridge for us. Madam Speaker, the government is also expanding infrastructure such as the National Broadband Initiative, which is a partnership between the Ministry of Science and Technology as well as the National Works Agency, where we are installing fiber optic cables all across the island. I know last year there was something in the paper asking why are we digging up the road. We are digging up the road to interconnect every single government ministry, every single institution in Kingston and across the island as part of the National Broadband Initiative. No institution, school, court, library in Jamaica should not have access to high-speed internet for the benefit of the people. Madam Speaker, we are also prioritizing the $81 million Port Antonio bypass, which will improve travel efficiency, reduce congestion, and support regional economic growth. Cabinet has just approved the Port Antonio bypass, and we expect work on the Port Antonio bypass as an extension to the SHIP program to start this month. The bypass will be a 4-lane design and will provide an alternative route to ease congestion in Port Antonio town center. The Port Antonio bypass is critical to continue the growth of Port Antonio, encouraging tourism investment and agriculture, but most importantly, benefit the people of Portland and Port Antonio who have been suffering for a very long time. I want to go to one of my favorite programs. It is called the REACH program. It may, to some extent, not be seen by some persons as a big program. It was $3 billion. But the impact of the REACH program cannot be questioned. Every single constituency in this country benefited from the REACH program. Every single constituency. Madam Speaker, the impact of burial and subsequent events is known throughout Jamaica. Every household would have heard cries. This house would have heard cries for help about the deteriorating condition of our roads. I myself cried out at the conditions in North Central Clarendon. Many of my colleagues reached out to the Prime Minister. Thankfully, through sound fiscal management, the government was able to find the resources. A former Prime Minister said, "We found the money." Who remember that one? Through sound fiscal management, we found the money to launch a $3 billion REACH program, and every constituency was reached. out of the $3 billion, each member of parliament had the opportunity to recommend $20 million worth of patching in their constituency. Some members of parliament at this time are still benefiting from that $20 million. Madam Speaker, though the reach was important, we had unprecedented rains between July and December of last year. Almost every day there was rain. Roads that have reached their end of life began to disintegrate. It is for that reason that Prime Minister Andrew Holness announced the REACH emergency, which was a $2 billion program. I remember, Madam Speaker, when some of those on the other side were busy in Christmas eating their ham, I was on the road, marking the road and inspecting, patching, ensuring that the patching was being done properly. As all told, we spent approximately $4.5 to $5 billion on island-wide road patching. I want to announce that the emergency patching is almost 90% complete, 80 to 90% complete. And while the broader $3 billion REACH program, the constituency-based program, is 72% complete. Both phases are expected to be completed by the end of this month. Now you can see me on the road marking potholes to ensure that those important potholes were chronicled and recorded for repair. The government of Jamaica, Madam Speaker, is intensifying its focus on flood management through a series of strategic interventions designed to reduce devastating impacts of flooding. For this financial year, some $825 million has been allocated to various activities such as river training, rehabilitation of eroded gullies, critical upgrades for the country's drainage system. These measures are aimed to safeguard communities, protect critical infrastructure. And this is part of the government's commitment to ensure that we are ready for any disaster. I know Member Hilton is very passionate about the Sandy Gully. And the government has earmarked $2 billion for comprehensive repair and enhancement to the national gully network. It is almost ironic that this government is going to allocate so much money to repair gullies, because back in the day they referred to us as the gully government. A significant portion of these funds will be directed towards the Sandy Gully and its tributaries. Not many people realize, but the Sandy Gully is not one gully. It's an entire network of a drainage system that ensures that Kingston does not flood. A significant portion of the funds also will be dedicated to the North and South Gully in St. James. These improvements are not only critical to flood control, but also for public health and urban development, protecting vulnerable communities and ensuring a sustainable future for Jamaicans. The government of Jamaica, Madam Speaker, continues to prioritize road safety as a fundamental aspect of national development. We are seeking to create safer, more navigable roads, and the objective is to ensure that we have a reduction in accidents and support overall public safety. Thus far, streetlights along the Elgin Corridor and Bogue Road in St. James have been rehabilitated. We're also a caring government, Madam Speaker. On this matter of safety, we're looking to partner with each and every Jamaican who use our roads, and the government remains steady in its commitment to funding and implementing improvements to road safety. However, this cannot rest on the government alone. We believe in the shared responsibility that requires the active participation of every road user, drivers and pedestrians, cyclists, public transport operators alike. Safe road behavior, adherence to traffic laws, and a collective commitment to vigilance are all essential to the complementing the infrastructure investments. We have lost too many lives on our roads, Madam Speaker. Though we have seen a double-digit reduction in road deaths, any road death is too much. Madam Speaker, every one of us has a duty to protect the ultimate gift of mankind, our life. As part of our way of lifting up our communities, Madam Speaker, we are embarking on a revitalization of our town centers. We have started with Barbican and Halfway Tree. Many of you who drive through Barbican will realize that we have painted the medians in Barbican and also remarked the lanes. We have also reinstalled the barriers in Halfway Tree. I was in Halfway Tree this morning with some of the workers repainting the barriers, and I took a selfie with them while they were painting. Many persons may not see this as important, but Halfway Tree is one of the largest areas of commute in the country. It is a place where students, other workers come. The safety of persons in Halfway Tree is very important, and replacing the barriers, which many of them became damaged, was something that I committed to long ago. Our urban renewal and revitalization program will move to Ocharios next. We'll be paving and resurfacing key areas, repairing sidewalks, installing safety barriers, repainting road markings, improving lighting, and working with the forestry department to beautify areas. I had a conversation with Minister Mackenzie, and one of the things we are going to be doing is partnering with the Fire Brigade and the National Solid Waste Management Authority to ensure periodical cleaning and maintenance of these areas. We'll be working out the permutations of it with Minister Mackenzie shortly. Madam Speaker, I want to move to the big matter in the room that everybody is talking about. The Shared Prosperity Through Accelerated Improvement to Our Road Network, SPARK program. The single largest infrastructure investment in Jamaica's history. Madam Speaker, I want to first congratulate our Prime Minister for the vision in leading us along this $45 billion commitment. Madam Speaker, we have issued 148 work orders for roads across 63 constituencies. As of today, work has commenced on 78 roads. SPARK covers not just community roads. We're going to talk about community roads, but SPARK also will cover something that we don't remember, main roads. Approximately 70 main roads will be repaired in the next phase of SPARK. So part A of SPARK is local and community roads. It focuses on straightforward road works, including road rehabilitation and reconstruction, repairs to longitudinal drains and road markings. It will address surface distress. It will strengthen pavements in eroded areas and reduce surface roughness. I want to give you an example of how powerful SPARK is. Prime Minister would have in December gone to Everest Drive in the constituency of the leader of opposition business. We plan to spend $60 million on Everest Drive. We said we're going to go there, rip up the asphalt and pave it over. But here's how SPARK, here is what sustainable development is about. When we dug up the road and we did our soil testing, we realized that the people of Everest Drive were drinking water from asbestos pipes. The government had no choice but to dig up every single pipe in Everest Drive. Remember, you know, Everest Drive does not vote for the government in power. But the place that the Jamaican vote when it comes to our infrastructure program is irrelevant because Spark is a non-political program. Not only that, but we found that we had to build retaining walls. We found that there was an individual whose house was about to collapse because of the road work. We had to do that. So when the opposition spokesperson on Works stands in this house and criticizes us as to why Everest Drive don't finish, Everest Drive is not finished because this government will not shortcut the benefits of the people. We will do the work to ensure that the people have good roads. So far, Madam Speaker, we have completed several roads under the Spark program. I am happy to announce, and I know colleagues are also happy to recognize the work that Spark has been doing. So far, since we have started the Spark program in December of last year, we have finished paving Orange Grove Road, Richings Avenue, New North Street, Desmond, or is it Fletcher's Land? Which is the correct name? New North Street, Dorothy Drive in the constituency of the Ministry of Finance, Maho Drive in the constituency of MP Miller, Susan Avenue in the constituency of MP Miller, Alanda Terrelong's constituency, Ransford Close, Jasmine Close. And I don't mean to pick on you enough, but you're easy to pick on. Northeast 15th Street, Northeast 15th Street in Greater Portmore, and Northeast 14th Street. You didn't come here and tell us that your Spark roads were completed, Fitz. We also have Mountain Pass in the constituency of St. Catherine Northeastern, and also New Nursery in St. Catherine Eastern, and Bellevue Avenue in East Kingston and Port Royal. Madam Speaker, that is about 13 roads. By next week, we've done 13 already. By next week, we'll probably be at 20. The week after that, it will be another 10. By the end of June, we should finish between 35 and 40 roads. We have never in the history of Jamaica built so many quality roads in such a short period of time. How can, Madam Speaker, how can, Madam Speaker, how can, Prime Minister, I give you the first copy. Madam Speaker, how can anybody question the investment of this government in road infrastructure? Spark is a capital project, but I'm not even going to talk about capital projects. I'm going to speak about recurrent expenditure in our road network. I said it before, but it seems as if the opposition did not hear. In 2014-15 budget revised estimates, the PNP government spent $562 million on road infrastructure, road repairs, river training, cleaning gullies, bridge development, maintenance of secondary roads, traffic management, island-wide disaster mitigation. No man, it's million. It's the way it's written. It's the way it's written. Less than $1 billion on road infrastructure in Jamaica. And why you wonder why this government over the last several years has had to be investing record upon record upon record upon record amount of money on roads. We, led by Prime Minister Andrew Holness, last year, I give you last year alone, spent $8.7 billion on road infrastructure. I am not talking about capital expenditure. I'm not talking about capital expenditure. Because their capital budget was about 12 billion, ours is about 70. Since as you want to challenge me, Fitz. Since as you want to challenge me, let us go through it. Because I have some time. Madam Speaker. Illicat, man. Illicat.
Members.
Madam Speaker.
Minister.
In 20.
Minister. Please speak directly into the mic.
Yes.
Jamaica hears you perfectly and does not hear the noise around.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2015-2016, which was the last year of the opposition in office, they spent $523 million on our road infrastructure recurrent. In our first full year as government, Madam Speaker, revised estimate, we spent $2 billion. Madam Speaker, 2018-19, we spent $2.7 billion. 2019-20, we spent $5.8 billion on road infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even in the midst, coming out of COVID, 21-22, we were spending $7 billion on road infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this government has no competition as it relates to who is investing in the road infrastructure of the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I go back to our Spark program. Spark is revolutionizing our infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Not only is Spark building roads, but Spark is generating 13,000 jobs in the construction sector. We're delivering $1.3 billion in savings in terms of motor vehicle repairs and the impact that bad roads have on the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I want to indicate we are investing in the capacity building to prepare the next generation of engineers, planners, project managers, and this is being made possible through the Spark program. Madam Speaker, I heard talk. I heard a man on TV.
What was that? Was it Jackson?
No, it wasn't him this time. Cussing and quarreling that the Spark program is not engaging local contractors. Madam Speaker, the mischief is that when some persons cannot compromise the substance of what we're doing, they try to mislead the country. Madam Speaker, we have engaged 23 local subcontractors under the Spark program. So this argument that no local subcontractor has been engaged under the Spark and it's just foreigners who are engaged is a blatant lie. Madam Speaker, we are engaging subcontractors in St. Catherine Southeastern, St. Catherine Southern, St. Catherine Northeastern, Clarendon Northern, Portland, Western, Trelawney, St. James. There is no truth. There is no truth to the accusation that this government does not care about local subcontractors. And let me explain to you. Madam Speaker, I'm not gonna give out this yet, but the government spent $8.7 billion last year on recurrent expenditure. All of that $8.7 billion of recurrent expenditure went to local contractors. Madam Speaker, over the last 18 months, based on the data coming out of the procurement unit of the National Works Agency, the government of Jamaica has spent over $12 billion of recurrent expenditure. Every single dollar of that $12 billion has gone to local contractors. So how can they come and say this government is not investing in local contractors? Madam Speaker, under the Spark program, as I said, 23 local subcontractors have been engaged in more than 20 constituencies. Firms are delivering work on critical corridors such as Maho Drive, Passion Gardens, Church Street to Gravel Hill, Bellevue Road, Orange Hill Road, and also Maxfield in Westmoreland. Each local contractor is graded and approved by the Public Procurement Commission, and they're playing a pivotal role in efficiently and professionally helping us to do our Spark program. Since March of 2024 to March 2025, Madam Speaker, as I said before, the government has invested $8.7 billion in local contractors. Not only, let me enumerate it a little bit more, because it's important. The $900 million in pre-burial preparation, all of it went to local contractors. The $1.5 billion in post-burial recovery, every single dollar of it went to local contractors. The $3 billion of Reach road repair went to local contractors. I know that the people on this side recommended local contractors for the Reach program. I don't know who the persons over there recommend if it was foreign contractors. The $2 billion Reach emergency, every single dollar of it went to local contractors. Madam Speaker, just this last month, $90.7 million went to a local contractor for the award of a contract to fix an arterial road at Battersea, John Reed in St. Ann. Just last month, another $95 million was awarded to a contractor to fix a breakaway in Hall's Delight. Last month again, $110 million to fix another breakaway in St. Andrew. And the big one, $2.4 billion went to a local contractor for the dualization of the Brayton to the port. I know it would make you guys uncomfortable.
House Leader, the member's time for speaking has expired.
5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the Minister's time for speaking be extended by 5 minutes.
Members, I'm making sure the Minister has adequate time to finish, particularly because I've been barely able to hear him. I will give you the maximum time that is allowed, 15 minutes to complete your presentation, Minister. And I would love to hear the rest of your presentation. Members, no, I can't. Members, the standing order actually requires, the standing order requires that the person who is on their feet be heard in silence without interruption. I am asking you to please allow the member to finish his presentation and allow those who are seated in the Parliament to be able to hear. Minister, I directed you to speak into the mic because the public hears the mic clearly. They do not hear much of what is taking place in the chamber. However, for those of us like myself and those seated in the gallery, they do not hear you, almost do not hear you at all. when the noise in the chamber is so significant. So, Minister, members, the question is that the Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, we have been investing in our local contractors, even in our capital projects, which are being led by enterprise contractors such as China Harbour. A large portion of the work is being done by local contractors, whether it is the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, whether it is the Perimeter Road. Big partners with China Harbour and other enterprise contractors are the local contractors. So this mischief, this dishonesty that we are not investing in local contractors, I hope we get rid of it today. Madam Speaker, there is also another mischief I wish to clear up before I leave here today. During the Standing Finance Committee, a particular member raised the issue that, and I've heard it several times, that we owe local contractors significant sums of money. Madam Speaker, I want to say, based on our accounting, especially at the National Works Agency, and I want to explain the accounting. We run accrual accounts. At any given time, there is going to be money owed to a contractor. If a contractor signs a contract for 6 months, they can send in bills over time and they get paid in increments. But even when the contractor is finished the work, there is still a thing called retention, which is a part of the warranty process where that retention is held by the entity until the work is fully validated. In our case at the National Works Agency, of the $12 billion that we have allocated over the last 18 months, over $11 billion have been paid out to local contractors. Can I repeat it? Of the contract amounts of about $12 billion, Madam Speaker, allocated for the 18-month period of the 1st of October 2023 to March 31, 2025, and I want to give you the exact figure so that the mischief stops. Of that amount, over $12 billion, over $11 billion has been paid out to local contractors. Madam Speaker, facts have no friends. Facts are facts. We at the National Works Agency are confused when we hear these accusations on television that there's a massive debt out there to local contractors. In some cases, the contractors have collected their money, but they don't want some people know. I have had contractors say, boy, Minister Morgan, you know, me collect the bill in about, me don't want you tell nobody. Me don't want you tell nobody say me collect the bill. So just hold that one day down for me. In other cases, we have seen, Madam Speaker, where work has not been validated because work was either not complete or done properly. And there are persons who come here and advocate for us to pay bills for work not done properly. Madam Speaker, those days of paying for poor work are over. The taxpayers' dollars must be protected. Madam Speaker, I have been a champion for accountability. And I have said it publicly. If you see work being done under the cover of the National Works Agency and it is not being done properly, send me a picture and I will ensure I report it to the head of entity to ensure that there is accountability for taxpayers' dollars. Madam Speaker, no transformation is complete unless it builds on our people and supports local businesses. We have prioritized local contractors under REACH and under all of our programs. From Portland to Westmoreland, from Clarendon to St. James, we have engaged dozens of Jamaican subcontractors, small and medium-sized enterprises that employ Jamaicans to circulate income locally and build grassroots expertise. Madam Speaker, this is how we build local capacity. This is how we nurture the next generation of engineers, masons, equipment operators, and entrepreneurs. A majority of the people who work on these capital projects, whether they work for China Harbour, whether they work for Rishan Capital, are local persons. When I visit these sites, the excavator operator is in most cases a local person. The mason on the site is a local person. The roller operator is a local person. Where do they get this misguided belief that this government, the people's government, is not investing in our locals? The government believes in shared prosperity, not just in words, but we have put our money where our mouth is. Madam Speaker, the government does not merely build roads. We build the resolve of a nation. We're not here to patch over the past. We're here to pave the future. Every mile of asphalt we lay is a mile of ambition made real. Every bridge we build is a bond of trust restored between the government and the people of Jamaica. We don't just cross rivers, we build bridges of prosperity. We don't just pour concrete, we pour hope into the veins of forgotten communities. We are not in the business of delay or denial. We are in the business of delivery. From the spark that ignites progress to the reach that extends help to every corner of the island, we are writing Jamaica's next chapter with purpose, precision, pride, and most of all, with integrity. From Negril to Morant Bay, Ocho Rios to Portland Cottage, we are transforming not only where Jamaicans walk and drive, but also how Jamaicans live, move, and dream. Let the naysayers focus on the problems. We focus on the progress. Let them point fingers. We point forward. Madam Speaker, because we say ready, we are not testing the waters. We are mobilizing. When we say steady, we are not standing still. We are setting our foundation. And when we say go, we go together boldly, bravely, and without apology. This is not just infrastructure, nor is it just policy. This is a movement to modernize Jamaica, to connect every parish, to include every citizen, to leave no community behind. Madam Speaker, I stand here. We stand here with steel in our backbone, plans in our hand, and the people in our hearts. We will not retreat from their lies. We will not waver or quiver. We will not stop until Jamaica, the land we know and love, becomes the possibility of our dreams, our place of hope, our place to raise children, to open business. This mission, Madam Speaker, this movement, this moment, we are ready, we are steady, and we're good to go. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Next to her feet, the Member of Parliament for St. Andrews Southwest. Please make her welcome.
Before God and all mankind, I pledge the love and the loyalty of my heart, the wisdom and courage of my mind, the strength and vigor of my body in the service of my fellow citizens. Madam Speaker, these are the words from our national pledge that keep me grounded every day as I advocate for, mediate on behalf of, and represent the people of St. Andrews Southwest who have sent me here. In doing this, I have relied on the support, advice, and assistance of my 3 councillors, Eugene Kelly, Carl Blake, and Devon Jackson. My secretary, Lorenzo Ellis, and the rest of the Southwest St. Andrew family, including my office staff, Lexi, Doreen, Avis, and Marcia, Juby, and Nash, and the rest of the extended leadership. Madam Speaker, I also want to use this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to the staff of the Houses of Parliament, led by Ms. Colleen Lowe, the clerk to the Houses, for their support and dedication. Let me also place on record my appreciation for the opportunity afforded me to work with others across the aisle on issues of importance to all Jamaicans, including you, Madam Speaker. We don't always see eye to eye, but you have helped me to understand how critical it is to stand with courage and on principle every time. I'm also pleased to have been able to count on my colleagues on this side as well over the past 8 years. And don't get me wrong, I also have colleagues on that side with whom I have an excellent relationship. After me never talk about you. Madam Speaker, as a descendant of enslaved Africans, I believe wholeheartedly in the principle of Ubuntu. And I'm always therefore conscious that I am because we are. I therefore give thanks to those on whose shoulders I stand and those who have cleared the path so I could walk. And yes, chief amongst them is the most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, Jamaica's first female Prime Minister. I thank her for her faith and confidence that has allowed me to build on her legacy. And I also thank her for the support and example she has set for young women in public life. Her courage and fearlessness continue to be beacons that light the way. To the opposition leader, Mr. Mark Golding, thank you for tasking me with the responsibility of shadowing foreign and regional affairs. Jamaicans at home and abroad are looking forward to a more enlightened, consistent, and principled leadership in our relationship with the rest of the world. Madam Speaker, I extend also heartfelt thanks to the members of my task force on foreign and regional affairs who have been assisting me to represent and articulate positions that reflect our collective commitment to an inclusive approach steeped in respect for the rule of law, human rights, justice, fairness, and dignity for all, at home and abroad. Finally, but significantly, I express love and thanks to my family for their unconditional support. To my husband, my sons, my sisters, and other family members who have always been my safe harbor in good times and in bad times. Thanks for always being there as I continue to serve the people of Jamaica. I want to say a very special thank you to my father, who is still alive, Vincent Brown, who told me a few days ago just how happy he is at 100 years old to see his great-grandson. Thank you, Papa. As I did in my presentation last year, I would like to also pay respect to our dedicated professional foreign service workers in embassies, consulates, and permanent missions across the world. You and your families serve at great personal sacrifice, often going beyond the call of duty in service to Jamaica, land we love. Madam Speaker, the history of our country reveals that before independence, Jamaica's foreign policy was formulated and implemented by British officials in the United Kingdom Foreign Office. Therefore, there was no absolute certainty that Jamaica's interaction with the rest of the world was designed to serve Jamaica's interests. Over the years, it has been up to our leaders to shape and encourage relationships, regionally and internationally, to maximize international influence and foster national development. I stand here today proud, you know what I'm saying, a proud buck, proud of the outstanding leadership of the People's National Party governments throughout the years on matters of regional and global issues, impacting the lives and destinies of millions of Jamaicans and people across the globe. Madam Speaker, even before matters of international relations were formally within the scope of Jamaica's decision-making powers, the pre-independence government of our national hero and former Premier, the Right Excellent Norman Washington Manley, intervened on behalf of Jamaica in opposition to the systemic racism and brutality being experienced by the people of South Africa during the apartheid regime. And he officially banned trade and travel with South Africa, even as Jamaica was in its colonial era. Yes, in 1956. Our presence on the international stage and in the annals of history is unquestionable. From the active struggles of the Most Honorable Michael Manley to shape a foreign policy to improve conditions for the people of Jamaica, while being concerned and actively involved in the African liberation struggles, and for the wider struggle for improved conditions for the poor across the world. Now we have the integral role of the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller in her various contributions, whether it's the treaty-based, charter-based mechanisms of the United Nations on the rights of the women and girls and the most vulnerable, while also seeing the creation of the UN's first permanent memorial in memory of the horrific tragedies of the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans, the racialized system of chattel slavery and colonialism. Then we also have the exhaustive list of firsts created by the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, a lead negotiator for the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group during the Lomé Convention era, being in charge of external negotiations involving the World Trade Organization, the Free Trade Area of the Americas, and the Economic Partnership Agreement, and of course, his work on the diaspora becoming the 6th region of the African Union, accounting for his appointment as relevant statesman. Madam Speaker, our leaders in the PNP have not only served our nation home, but have also made significant contribution to the growth and development of our region and the world. This is the action-oriented leadership in regional and foreign affairs that we are accustomed to when we in the People's National Party form government. In more recent times, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed a silence, a deterioration in the advocacy and action from our beloved island state, Jamaica, on critical matters facing the region and the most vulnerable. Jamaica, that voice in the region, has remained silent even on matters of customary international principles, such as the right to self-determination, which historically has been reflected in our support of the UN General Assembly Resolution 1514. Madam Speaker, it cannot be that the only time the entire nation gets a front row seat to international action is when our representatives are campaigning to lead international groupings, such as the ministerial committees or head the Commonwealth. Madam Speaker, in examining some of the main attitudes and actions which have characterized our Jamaican foreign policy in the last 9 years, and when we compare that to what we see coming from the People's National Party, people would say it is cheese to chalk. Absolutely. What is clear is that the practices that you have seen under the People's National Party are far superior to what we are getting. And it is clear that Jamaica deserves better. Madam Speaker, I have stressed and will continue to stress the need for a clear policy position, one that is known to all Jamaicans on matters affecting our nation, the region, and the global landscape. And a pathway as well towards actions that are clearly in the best interest of our people, locally and in the diaspora. That is the action-oriented leadership in foreign and regional affairs that Jamaica deserves. The People's National Party is committed to putting Jamaica first every time, and that is what you can also expect when we are once again elected as government. Jamaica first every time. The People's National Party has always taken pride in its rich legacy and the foundation laid by our visionary leaders who have all championed workers' rights and social justice in Jamaica. Today, I want to recognize the fundamental importance of upholding the principles and rights enshrined in the ILO conventions, which serve as a cornerstone for protecting the rights of workers worldwide. And in doing so, I want to actually start too by acknowledging that persons with disabilities face significant barriers to access in the labor force, with many reporting very high levels of unemployment. You would never believe it, 91%. 91%. The issues here are complex and require that we consistently see persons with disability and plan for them as productive citizens and not as objects of charity. More has to be done for their inclusion in education and training, transportation, and access to modern technologies. Madam Speaker, we must take our commitment seriously when it comes to workers, particularly those who are in vulnerable positions. And here I want to talk a little bit about our security guards, our workers in the wholesale and retail sectors who are working under conditions with short-term contracts are the norm. As government, we must protect our workers from all forms of precarious employment arrangements, which can perpetuate inequality and insecurity. It is unacceptable that with our strong record of protecting workers' rights, there are Jamaican workers who today are not earning minimum wage, but less than minimum wage, and whose working conditions don't meet minimum standards. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that you too must have heard the tales of workers in our construction industry, some in our wholesales, where their conditions of work are totally unacceptable for a modern Jamaica. By ratifying and implementing key ILO conventions and protocols, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting social justice, equality, and human dignity in the workplace. On this side, we have certainly joined our voices to key stakeholders for the establishment of a joint industrial council for industrial security sector, thereby providing an opportunity for all stakeholders to work together through the issues that remain unsolved in implementing Justice Batt's ruling. And that is particularly important because approximately 60% of security guards either work directly with government or through a third party with government. We cannot continue to ignore their plight, as many of them have still not yet had their previous years of service recognized. In some cases, they end up signing new contracts under duress to ensure that they can feed their families today, giving up years of accrued service, benefits, and potential earnings. That is the case today. Madam Speaker, just a few months ago, we saw the courage of the Jamaican hotel workers on display when some of them protested, drawing public attention to low wages and poor working conditions. I know all of us were pleased that after the strong intervention of union leaders, management, and government through ACORN, that most of the issues were temporarily resolved. But the truth is that the tourism industry is far too important not to have greater standards in protection of its workers, who are the face and the very spirit of the industry. What we require, Madam Speaker, is a system that allows for resolution without the need to resort to protest. A proactive approach to governance, where our hotel workers are essential in maintaining, because we know that our hotel workers are essential to maintaining our premier tourism brand. And truly, time comes for them to really feel appreciated and valued, for their quality of life to reflect their value and their contribution to the sector. Time comes for greater dialogue among stakeholders in the tourism industry, the similar kind of GIC arrangement that ensures that the success of the Jamaican product is measured not only by tourist arrivals, but that this dialogue would help to identify some of the other what we call quality indicators that could be used to measure success, such as average wages, benefits, job security, job satisfaction, health and safety standards, life and health insurance, as well as access to training and development opportunities. That's the kind of tourist sector that we want to see. Absolutely. Madam Speaker, I also want to touch a little bit on our government traveling officers. You know, recently, I had the opportunity to speak to a government traveling officer. And she was angry. When I say angry, she was really angry and fed up with government. And when she said to me, "You can't make them win, you know," I had to stop for a moment and say, let's talk a little bit. Turns out that she was no longer receiving the motor vehicle upkeep allowance, which previously she used to use to service and maintain her vehicle. Bear in mind that the vehicle is a tool of work. After all, she is a traveling officer, right? But she was now in the same position as a non-traveling officer in terms of how she was being paid and what she was being paid. And the truth is that I had to agree with her that such anomalies needed to be looked into and needed to be addressed. And I promised her that a PNP government was going to look into these anomalies and ensure that they do not exist. It was just a few weeks ago, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Labour and Social Security tabled a report on the progress of the occupational safety and health regulations. But the truth is that the realization of OSHA has been just too long in coming. Our workers are crying out for the protection that these measures would provide. Yeah, man. Time come to give workers issues urgency that they deserve. The minister also reminded us that minimum wage is a floor by which the employer cannot pay. Every time I hear that explanation from the minister in response to our call to establish a livable wage for workers, I am reminded that him just don't get it. But then again, this is the same government who's telling us that poverty has decreased, when we know how many times and how many Jamaican workers have been going to bed hungry. We know how they struggle to find a decent meal for their children. Let's not forget that the most recent survey shows that 55% of Jamaicans cannot afford one balanced meal, if any, per day, if any at all. What we are going to do must start with acknowledging what the problem is. Because if you say it doesn't exist, then you will never get to the point of addressing it. Madam Speaker, when I hear the kind of comments coming from the other side, I am reminded that there really exists two Jamaicas. And sometimes we talk about the two Jamaicas as if it's a joke, but it's not. It's real. And these are the ways in which it shows. It shows when some people belly full while other people hungry. That is how it shows up. Madam Speaker, as we strive to build a more just and equitable society, we have to acknowledge the critical role that labor standards play in ensuring that all workers, regardless of their occupation or status, are treated with dignity and respect. As Peter Tosh says, equal rights and justice, regardless of their occupation or status. They should be able to work in safety and security. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the International Decade for People of African Descent. In November last year, I had the privilege to attend high-level talks convened by the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent out of Geneva, and was able to interact and share my own ideas along with members from civil society organizations around the world on the priority areas to be considered for a United Nations second decade for people of African descent. In this exchange of ideas at this global level, I was reminded of the interconnectedness of all peoples of African ancestry and the benefits we reap when we see issues and solutions as being interconnected. I was also reminded of our own cultural realities in our nation and our region and the constant need for a decolonized approach to our cultural practices, while we move towards full recognition, justice, development, and reparation for all people of African descent, including our indigenous population. Against this backdrop, Madam Speaker, I pause to congratulate the United Nations and the efforts of civil society organizations. I was a part of this team, including members of the PNP Foreign Affairs Task Force, local and global scholars, advocates, activists, cultural practitioners, UN fellows and institutions, as we discussed and secured the second decade. We in the PNP recognize the gains of the first decade from 2015 to 2014. We saw the rising global awareness about historical and ongoing challenges faced by people of African descent. We recognized the platform to address the legacies of enslavement and colonialism and systemic racism. We also acknowledge major outcomes, such as the establishment of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, which serves as a platform for advocacy and dialogue. Despite the progress that has been made, however, challenges remain. Matters to deal with our own cultural identity, the lingering remnants of colonialism and slavery, and reparation for historical injustices, such as enslavement and colonial exploitation, should really be at the heart of our efforts during this second international decade. And the government, and thankfully it will be a PNP government, who would then understand the need to prioritize and address long-standing socio-economic and cultural harms. This brings me, Madam Speaker, to a matter that is at the heart of our national identity: the imperative to embrace bilingual education that equally values Jamaican Creole and the English language. The truth is that language is more than a tool of communication. It is a vessel that transports our identity, our history, our culture, and worldview to one another as a people. In Jamaica, the coexistence of Jamaican Creole or Patois and English language reflects our rich heritage and diverse experiences. If you listen, you might learn. Icons like Miss Lou and Bob Marley exemplify profound connection between language and identity. Miss Lou's pioneering use of patois in poetry and performance validated language as a medium of artistic and cultural expression. At the same time, Bob Marley's music, infused with patois, conveyed messages of unity and resistance, resonating globally and showcasing the depth of Jamaican culture. Madam Speaker, research shows that children acquire language through mimicry, absorbing linguistic nuances of their environment. However, the dominance of foreign media, standardized education, and ingrained cultural biases can marginalize Jamaicans, leading to a loss of cultural nuance and identity. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'm fully aware that language supremacy is rooted in colonialism. Linguistic dominance emerged not as a mere byproduct of colonialism rule. No, but as a deliberate instrument of power and control. This was the medium used to instill their values, worldview, and cultural superiority, an instrument of power and control. Madam Speaker, I believe it falls to this generation to right that wrong.
Members, no, she's going to get time. We have to be fair. Members, I'm sorry. House Leader, the members' time having expired.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now ask that the members' time for speaking be extended by 10 minutes.
Members, no, she asked for 10 minutes. I will give you 10 minutes, Member Burke, and then observe. No, it is. I literally give half the time that's given to the minister. And myself and Member Burke have a running joke because the reason the Parliament no longer speaks until conclusion is my dear friend, Member Burke. Go ahead.
I thought we have been having 15 minutes, so I'll see how this goes. As I said, I think it's false to this generation to right that linguistic wrong. You know, Professor Hubert Devonish and the Jamaica Language Unit, you must read some of their work. They have certainly laid the foundation for a better understanding of the importance of mainstreaming Jamaican. And I want to thank them and other advocates for their consistent advocacy, research, and practice over the years. Madam Speaker, you would also have heard the member from South St. Andrew indicate that as Prime Minister, he intends to make Jamaican Patois an official language on par with English. As a Jamaican, born and bred, he recognizes that this is as much a part of the discussion around sovereignty and decolonization as any other aspect of our Jamaicanness. The last frontier. Yes, Madam Speaker, it is about national identity, the concept of class. It is about the legacies of slavery. And I am incredibly proud. I am incredibly proud. No, not at all. I am incredibly proud, Madam Speaker, to have a leader like Mark Golding, who recognizes that teaching valuable concepts in early childhood education, using Jamaican as a language of instruction, can have a profoundly positive impact on young learners. That using Jamaican as a foundation, we can help our children develop a strong sense of self and cultural awareness, which can in turn facilitate their transition in learning standard English, maths, and other more complex concepts. By embracing their mother tongue, children are empowered to grow into confident, proud, and well-rounded individuals, equipped with the skills and knowledge to succeed in all aspects of life. You know, where we are in education, we haven't been doing so well when we look at the final product. So we need something that is radically different so that we can get radically different outcomes. Even beyond our shores, Madam Speaker, this matter has resonance. It's worth recognizing that Jamaican Patois has profound influence in shaping other languages across the globe, including Panamanian Patois, English in Patois in Panama, Black British English, called Britwa. In the UK, Black Canadian English. And the same is true as well for some of our Spanish-speaking countries, like Bluefields and Corn Island in Nicaragua, Honduras as well, Port Limon in Costa Rica, in Colombia, and even in our neighbor Cuba. You know, recently I had the honor of hosting one of the United Nations Fellow for People of African Descent from the UK, Miss Ife Thompson, who was here on the island pursuing a research on our language. Based on acquired knowledge, Miss Thompson, in a court matter in the UK just a few days ago, and instructed by Alice Dyer, was able to have a Jamaican patois interpreter for her UK-based Jamaican client. You see, Madam Speaker, she argued that his rights under Article 6 of ECHR, which is the right to a fair trial, should be upheld. And yes, and they were. And yes, there are other jurisdictions where this could also be applicable. Yes? If only Jamaican was an official language. Yes? And that is the power of the Jamaican language and what we could give as rights to Jamaicans overseas if we made it a language. The global impact of Jamaican patois underscores why it deserves to be recognized as an official language in Jamaica and not just seen as a cultural treasure. It is a powerful linguistic force in its own right. Madam Speaker, this brings me to the urgent need to revive the National Cultural and Creative Industries Commission, which was established by Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, back in 2013. The commission was designed to empower the sector, allowing practitioners to determine their own development. And the truth is, Jamaica now needs a modern cultural policy. One that reflects who we are and where we want to go. A policy that addresses the dire state of heritage protection, building cultural confidence, values, and ethics, equipping our creatives with the tools to thrive in a digital economy. This is the balance that we must have between culture and economy. Madam Speaker, there can be no doubt that legal principles, customary or otherwise, are the very foundation of our foreign relations. They shape how we engage the world, how we uphold justice, how we define ourselves as a foreign nation. But as the world evolves, so too must we. And here I am talking about international legal principles. We should not hesitate to re-examine and reassess international obligations, especially those that no longer serve the progressive development of our beloved Jamaica. Madam Speaker, I don't believe, I think all of us will agree, that not even the framers of our Constitution imagined that 63 years after independence, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council would remain Jamaica's final court of appeal. That is precisely why they did not entrench that right in the Constitution. They expected us to move forward. They expected us to grow into our sovereignty. And yet, we continue to hold on to a colonial institution. We speak the language of decolonization, but we maintain the King's Court as the highest authority in our justice system. This contradiction is no longer defensible. It places real justice out of the reach of everyday Jamaicans. And worse, it undermines our very identity as a free and independent people, making a mockery of our efforts at becoming, in every sense, fully free. So let us have the conversation, boldly, openly, and honestly. let us talk about adopting the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final appellate court, our court, built by us, for us. These are national questions that demand our full action in our national interest. They go to the heart of who we are and who we want to become. So, Madam Speaker, if we are serious about building a progressive, just, and truly sovereign Jamaica, then we must have the courage to confront these issues and to act upon them. Madam Speaker, positions on critical matters such as reform of the United Nations Security Council to meet the need of an ever-changing world should also be explored, understood, and discussed in a meaningful way at the national level. The matter of enhanced roles for developing countries and restructuring to have equitable membership should be a priority due to its global benefits. And under a PNP government, we will continue our efforts, along with CARICOM and other countries, in championing discussions around a more reformed and more equitable UN Security Council. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to just raise one matter that I feel very strongly about. As opposition spokesperson at Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, it is my duty this afternoon to sound the alarm on a matter that threatens not just our economy, but Jamaica's very credibility on the international stage. We in opposition have reportedly warned this administration about Okay. The matter threatens not just our economy, but we have repeatedly warned this administration about the perils of cronyism, the erosion of institutional integrity, and the growing perception, both at home and abroad, that Jamaica is not serious about fighting corruption and financial crime. Unfortunately, recent development confirms our worst fears. We now know that a sitting government MP was complicit in breaching the 2023 amendment to the Companies Act, which mandates the disclosure of ultimate beneficial owners to the Companies Office. This amendment...
Please be very careful about calling out any individual, and even in saying sitting member, you are going too far without proof. I know you have the ability to do certain things under protection of Parliament, but not appropriate unless you have supplied proof of your allegations in that regard.
Would you like? I will, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment is not a symbolic gesture. It is, in fact, a vital step to ensure Jamaica's compliance with international anti-money laundering standards. The concealment or misrepresentation of beneficial ownership is exactly the type of activity that global watchdogs like FATF are aggressively targeting. But if that wasn't enough, we have learned as well that government has compounded this breach of good governance by appointing someone who is both unqualified and tainted with implicit bias to head the Financial Investigations Division. The very institution...
Point of order, member, point of order.
A point of order, Madam Chair. Nonsense,
Minister Williams, House Leader.
Madam
Time
Speaker,
is up, Madam Speaker.
The member is
House Leader.
misleading the House.
Members, point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House and bringing into the House a matter that is not in keeping with the sectoral debate, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, member?
Madam Speaker, the Speaker is misleading the House, and Madam Speaker, the Speaker time has expired.
Member.
Madam Speaker.
Member.
Yes, ma'am.
There is enough information to the contrary. I would ask you to go on with your point instead of in this House.
I'm not hearing you, Madam Speaker.
I rise on a point of order. Madam Speaker, the member from West Rural made a remark just now that is unparliamentary, and I ask that you have her withdraw it and apologize for having uttered those words.
Members, as I have indicated to you before, it is very difficult for the Speaker to hear what is happening on the floor. I didn't hear it. No, I didn't. I didn't. I didn't. Members, I have given the leeway to allow the member to complete her presentation. And member, I am cautioning you, as it relates to public servants that are not appointed by any member of the government, but by the Services Commission, it is inappropriate, one, to come here and put that before the public. And number two, no, so you can choose to finish your presentation or end right here. Because more than time has expired. More than time has expired. Listen, allow them. I am, members, I'm speaking. Member, there is... I didn't hear that. I didn't hear any member cursing expletives. Member, if you so wish to finish, please disregard that part of your statement. There is enough information provided as it relates to the qualification of individuals. And if you would like to attack the public servants who have interviewed and given the individual the job that they are now executing, I would want to caution you that is not the appropriate thing to do. I've given the leeway. Please use it well to wrap up your presentation.
Madam Speaker, I would have the information to do it, but I'm not going to place that here to prove the point I'm making. What I'd like to do is to take us back to a statement of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade in a rare moment of candor in the Senate, issued a sober warning to the Senate last year, and she stated, and here I quote, "If Jamaica is blacklisted by FATF, it will be catastrophic. We will be treated like a high-risk jurisdiction. Financial institutions would sever ties. Correspondent banking could be lost. We would struggle to do international business. Our citizens would be the ones to suffer." End of quote. Madam Speaker, it is that catastrophe that we believe is a real and present danger. And it's not being caused by war or natural disaster or economic collapse. It is being caused by recklessness and arrogance, we believe, of this administration. Madam Speaker, I want to end by saying a word to our international partners, those in CARICOM, Commonwealth, the UN, FATF, multilateral lending agencies, and we say this: Jamaica has long been respected as a country of laws and of democratic traditions and of principled foreign policy. We urge you not to let any misstep or anything like that tarnish the legacy of Jamaica. We ask you to continue to hold this and every Jamaican government, including the next one to be led by the PNP, to the high standards that we have committed to under international treaties and conventions. The people of Jamaica deserve your vigilance, your engagement, and your solidarity. I also say to every patriotic Jamaican that it is not enough to be silent. The integrity of our financial system, the credibility of our institutions, the future of our people are all on the line. We will not be silent. We won't. We are calling on everyone to join us in defending Jamaica's good name.
Thank you, Member. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the sectoral debate be suspended.
Question is that the sectoral debate be suspended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the recommittal of the items on the agenda. Sorry.
Thank you, House Leader. Statement by Ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House is the following report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on Green Paper number 3 of 2023 entitled Job Description for Members of Parliament of Jamaica and recommend a plan of action for standards of performance and accountability for parliamentarians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committee.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on Green Paper number 3 of 2023 titled Job Description for Members of Parliament of Jamaica and recommend a plan of action for standards of performance and accountability for parliamentarians.
Thank you, Member. Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Green Paper number 3 of 2023, titled Job Description for Members of Parliament of Jamaica, and recommend a plan of action for standards of performance and accountability for parliamentarians, which was laid on the table of the House on the 6th day of June 2025, be approved. Madam Speaker, this motion has come at a timely juncture when Jamaicans are demanding...
Member, one small correction, 3rd of the 6th. Please repeat the table, laid on the table of the House on the 3rd day.
On the 3rd day?
Yes, correction.
Okay. On the 3rd day of June. So corrected, Madam Speaker. Continue. Perfect.
Yes,
Thank
Member.
you. Madam Speaker, this motion has come at a timely juncture when Jamaicans are demanding standards of performance and accountability from parliamentarians, as they expect and deserve the highest quality of representation from elected officials. One of the concerns raised in the public space is that there are MPs who are absent from the sitting of the House for weeks or months while collecting full salary from Parliament. And it raises criticism when members whose absence, barring illness, is perpetual and chronic, signing maybe once every 3 months, while appearing hale and hearty in public, going about regular business, politicking in the sun, while they can't attend Parliament. It is barefaced. This is a move in the right direction, where respect for the people who elected us will be made demonstrable by our attendance in Parliament. We can't be absent from Parliament, but we are out there politicking, risking a sunstroke. Thank you.
Thanks, Member. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation. Member, let me just make one correction. You left out a little part. Members, let me recommit notices of motions given orally. I realize we left out a small paragraph. Those in favor of the recommittal? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Go ahead, Member.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Joint Select Committee appointed to consider and report on the Green Paper number 3 of 2023, titled Job Description for Members of Parliament of Jamaica, and recommend a plan of action for standards of performance and accountability for parliamentarians, which was laid on the table of the House on the 3rd day of June 2025, be approved. Madam Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you, Member. Questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business. Member.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Member, hold on. Let me just have House Leader, public business, because she's in public business. House Leader, public business. Go ahead, Member.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Oh, you did already. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member, it was approved, so just continue. Public business.
No.
Hold on a moment. Member, so a member has pointed out one or two typographical errors in the report, not substantial. I've asked those in favor of the suspension of the standing orders. We were just about there. And I believe the vote was aye. I will now invite any member who would like to make any additional statements or contribution before we close. Anybody?
Permitted to speak from a seat other than
permission granted.
Madam Speaker, I could not let this report be adopted without saying something on it. Madam Speaker, all of Jamaica would recall that Prime Minister Holness made a commitment to the people that we would move as an administration to formalize a job description for members of Parliament. The issue came into sharper focus when the conditions of service and remuneration for parliamentarians was being dealt with. And he again reiterated his commitment to ensure that job descriptions for members of Parliament are in place. I can say without fear of contradiction that although it took some time for the matter to come before the Parliament, the work had commenced in accordance with the initial timeline given by the Prime Minister. And today, we have for adoption in this Honourable House the job descriptions for members of Parliament, setting out strategic objectives, job purpose, key deliverables and outputs, key areas of responsibility, performance standards, competence, attributes, and it's a non-exhaustive list. Minimum required qualifications, because of course this is a democracy. And we approach the matter from what disqualifies you in order to be true to the principles of democracy. And we include some of the working conditions that those who put themselves forward to be elected as members of Parliament will have to endure. Madam Speaker, let all Jamaicans understand that this is major, major progress. There has been no disagreement across the aisles of the importance of having this in place. And there has been no disagreement in the public sphere. And today is a historic day. And I'm very, very pleased to have made my own contribution on the instruction of the Prime Minister to make this a reality. Commitment made by the Holness administration, commitment kept. Let all Jamaicans understand that we will continue to work to deliver on the long-standing things on which there is no dispute, and this is one of them. Madam Speaker, I do not think I can sufficiently describe just how much of a happy day it is for me to see this commitment that was given kept. I thank you.
Member?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for years, members of Parliament were operating without a job description. And as my colleague rightly stated, that the Andrew Holness administration was something that they had promised that we would implement the job description for parliamentarian. I have been to many of the consultations, and as we all will know that sometimes members of Parliament are being blamed for various functions that we are not responsible for. This report that will be made public will give citizens and constituents a perfect idea of the job description for parliamentarian. Madam Speaker, this document will guide our discourse. This document will hold us accountable to the people that we strive to serve. And this document will be a blueprint in terms of our code of conduct, our performance, and also our job description. I'd like to say as well, congratulations, and indeed it's a day in history, on the Andrew Holness-led administration for crafting this document as a blueprint for us to go forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I too want to lend my voice to this important document that is now placed before us for approval. Madam Speaker, the job description for Member of Parliament is very important in that, Madam Speaker, many of our constituents do have an expectation of us as representatives. Their expectations are not limited to us being legislators. Their expectations sometimes go beyond what the Westminster model would have dictated a member of Parliament function ought to be. But, Madam Speaker, one of the things that all Jamaicans would agree to is our attendance to the Legislative House and to be here on a regular basis. And I really have to join with my colleague and with the people who are asking that they see their representatives who they have sent here to be in this house and to contribute to various debates and committees. It is not correct. It is distasteful for us to be sent here. And having been sent here, we face scant regards to the people's business. I'm encouraging all of my colleagues to do their job. At least those that every Jamaican agree to be our job as legislature. And that is to come to Parliament, to make law and to participate in the lawmaking process, which include at the committee stages. Right? And it is very distasteful that you don't come to Parliament, but you are elsewhere participating. But yes, still you don't come here to participate in what the people sent and elected you to do. And therefore, I urge all my colleagues who are not attending this Parliament on a regular basis, who are not participating in committees, to just do so. That is fundamentally the duty of a member of Parliament under the Westminster model. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I hesitated in commenting any further on what clearly is an agreed set of rules, long, necessary, and required. But I must say that I believe that the emphasis on coming to Parliament, participating, to the exclusion of anything else, I think we are missing the mark. I haven't had the opportunity yet to go through the resolution or the committee findings. I will, and I think every member of Parliament is charged to do that. However, I would hope that the effort of the committee members go much further than what we're being invited as the focal point of this very important document. Because coming to Parliament is important. Well, you cannot sign it the most, to my mind, the most important thing is that, to my mind, the most important thing is that you come here and you make a meaningful contribution. You can't come here and say nothing. You cannot come here and say nothing, and when you do say something, it doesn't move the needle at all whatsoever. You have members who are here sitting, and I wouldn't recognize their voice if they speak anywhere else. I simply would not recognize their voice. Now that, I'm saying it is not simply presence. Presence is important, but let me say this. Whether someone has a just cause or reason or an excuse not to be in Parliament cannot be determined by us as parliamentarians. Sometimes it's between them and their doctor. You cannot make those assertions. You are not charged medically, and we're not entitled to hear what you have to say on that matter. What I am saying is that I hope that the document goes into much greater detail and ask and hold us accountable for meaningful, not only being present and marked present or absent, but that we come and we make meaningful contribution to the debate that legislators are asked to do so often, and that is our primary role, which is to participate in effective lawmaking.
Thank you. Member Terrelong, you're turning on your mic. I'm going to allow you to speak. I would like to say something as the chair of the committee, the Joint Select Committee, which considered the job descriptions for parliamentarians, after which you may close, Member Morrison. Member Terrell. Member Morrison, turn your mic on.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought the presentation by Member Morrison was quite sufficient. However, having heard the presentation from my colleague who sits opposite, I thought it necessary to speak. Madam Speaker, I have sat in this House and I have heard you caution members about their attendance in this House. I recall sometime earlier this year or last year, there was a report that went out to the public about parliamentarians who were here, who was here 5 times out of X sittings, who was here 7 times, who was here 1 time, who was here 3 times, and so forth. And it demanded a response in terms of what are the functions of members of parliament, what are our roles, what are our duties. So, Madam Speaker, this job description, this document that is now being tabled today that outlines the roles and functions of members of parliament, that has been adopted today, Madam Speaker, it is fundamental to the parliamentary structure and system that we have. To say that attendance by itself is nothing, or to try to throw water on it, I find that somewhat shocking, because as parliamentarians, our primary function is to be here. Whether we are here speaking or contributing, my lady, is in order to get there, you have to be present. So you must first and foremost be present to be able to speak or correspond or to make whatever contribution. So I've heard you caution members. So again, I did not expect something of this nature to be controversial or for there to be any disagreement at any level, because ultimately this is, again, another defining moment of this administration, to have adopted such a document before this Parliament. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Member. Let me close. It requires no more argument. Chairing this committee has been a pleasure for me. It is the first Joint Select Committee that I've chaired that has done such extensive work, and particularly in respect of the call of Jamaicans for job descriptions and not only code of conduct for parliamentarians. It considered very widely Green Paper number 3, not only the legislative function of parliamentarians in terms of attendance, participation in parliament, participation in committees, but it went even deeper, having us take greater responsibility for even our development plans for our constituents, and having minimum standards of requirement for the competence and capability of the individuals, our qualification to sit here. So it's a lot of work and consideration. It literally now sets a bar for the first time in the history of Jamaica, a bar that holds parliamentarians accountable. And we must say thanks to the work of all the individuals who did this green paper. It was very extensive, very, very extensive, and to the members of the committee who participated in setting at least a minimum, and an excellent minimum requirement, I must say, for members of parliament. The points raised here were unanimously accepted, and as chair and speaker of the House, I have one commitment to you. We will urgently and immediately have printed and circulated to all parliamentarians and later to the public this our job description. Today, June 3rd, 2025, is a big day for Jamaica, and I am very pleased that a commitment made by the Prime Minister to ensure that Jamaicans were availed of an appreciation for our jobs has been executed. It benefits us as parliamentarians. It benefits new individuals who seek to become parliamentarians to represent the people of Jamaica. And it represents every single one of our constituents here and benefits them. So members, thank you for your contribution. And I will ask Member Morrison to conclude here.
Thank you.
One member asked that I at least read one segment of the report, working conditions, extended time away from home and family, long and unpredictable working hours, high levels of stress and other risks to health and safety, exposure to sometimes hostile environments, working with wide cross-section of people, groups, institutions with shared and conflicting interests. And you're expected to be present and lead in emergencies at all hours of the day or night. Thank you, member. Excellent, excellent green paper.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I had begun, barring illness, attendance, of course, to Parliament and participating is a fundamental part of the responsibility of the representative of the people. And again, we must emphasize here among ourselves that we can't just show up here once every 3 months and sign and collect full salary. We don't accept this from our nurses. We don't accept this from our teachers. We don't accept this from our police, and therefore we must be the greatest examples of the very rules that we set here in Parliament. Madam Speaker, this report is not the failed or shoddy work or hurry-come-up work of a 72-hour ultimatum, but this has been derived from analysis, one that will be far-reaching and effective. It is a step in the right direction and treating the Jamaican people with the respect and the dignity that they deserve. Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Thank you, member. The question is that the motion, notice of which was given earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader, it's over to you at this late hour of the evening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not intended for there to be any further business, and so I ask for the House to be adjourned until Tuesday, June 10th at 2 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that this House do now adjourn until Tuesday, June 10 at June 10, 2025 at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House now stands adjourned.